Okay, I think we're ready.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see. You want to scroll down for me so I can, I'll call the February 11th, 2022 Central Board of Architectural Review hearing to order. And you can go down just a little further. I can say that I can request any public, any public comment regarding an item that is not on today's agenda.
Where's mine? No. Yeah.
Madam Chair, this is Cass.
Yes, Kath.
I'm always kind of a stickler about this, but I really like it if we do like a roll call so we know who's here. I think we're all here except Huck, but I'm not sure. So anyway, sorry to be a.
Well, we are. It's listed in your participants. If you go over to that, you can check it.
Okay.
So we have Robin, Alan, Lowell, you, and me.
Right. And I don't know when is the appropriate time to say this, and tell me if I'm speaking at the wrong moment, but I did speak with Jonathan earlier and also had emailed you that I do have to leave.
Why don't you announce that when we talk about recusals?
Okay, thank you. Will do.
And while we're waiting for Jonathan to confirm there's no public comment, Alan and Lowell, who will be speaking if we are joined by Puck? Who's going to be counted for voting and such?
I believe it's Alan's turn this month.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it appears that we have no request for public comment.
Okay, and you noted that if Puck joins, once Puck joins, I'm anticipating she will, but once she joins, we will have 6 members, so we can only have 5 voting, so it's Alan's turn to vote. So he'll be counted in the roll for voting once Puck has joined. Until then, both Alan and Lowell will vote.
Okay.
Okay, the agenda status report.
Agenda status report, item number 5 will be dropped, Myers Mixed Use Building.
Okay.
And number 7, Midland School. There's a typo under where the area is. It's not Los Alamos, it's actually San Ynez.
And that's which item?
Item number 7,
Okay.
and that is it for agenda status report.
All right, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda status report. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
That was Robin.
Thank you. Robin, second, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 One more aye, please.
I said aye.
Or I'm looking for either Lowell or Alan.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I missed one of you guys, sorry. The minutes from January 14th. Jonathan, could you please bring up the minutes from the 14th
Yes.
on your screen?
Yeah, just one sec.
No worries.
Okay. And then keep that handy. Yeah. Okay, so the minutes. And, okay. So I'll go back here. Okay. Share screen. Gotcha. And then the minutes, which are here. Thank you. All right. We are here at the minutes.
Okay. Hold on a second. Scroll up to members present, just. 2, 3. Yes, I think we were all there. Okay. Yes, they did elect me. Keep going.
Surprise.
Okay, you can keep going. And we did COVID. Yep, keep going. Let's see the comments for C1, see if there are any. I think it was just an action. Okay. All right, slow, so that I can read the comments and everybody can see the comments there. So this is, yep, stop there. Anybody have any comments on this?
I do. Number 2. This is Robin.
Yep.
On number 2, it wasn't really consider lowering it. We asked them to lower.
No, it was direction. Yeah, exactly.
And so I think that should be changed, the consider, and then it said, look at lowering. I mean, it just needs to be very clear.
Now, I think that, I think the comment, Nicole, I think the comment is that the project is urban hillside ridgeline. Despite that, we feel that there's no reason for it to be as prominent as it was and to restudy.
Is the comment lower the home to be more recessive and less prominent?
That can stay, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Can we just say less prominent? Or maybe we actually,
Yes.
I would just say lower the home to be less prominent or less prominent.
Yeah, take out consider and say lower the home to be less prominent.
And
Got
then
it.
remove the second statement, look at lowering, just
Yep.
remove that. Mhm.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Are you
And I
looking-
think in 3, the last sentence is the challenge it. I think it is the challenge is.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Dang, autocorrect.
I had a number of suggestions on number 3.
Okay.
I was going to suggest just starting the statement, just say, home may not be consistent with the character of the area and may be more acceptable if less prominent, given the relationship to the town.
Wait, slow down.
Well, I wanted to just say this to get
Okay.
everybody's approval before you
Okay.
type it
Okay.
all, but let me, I've got all these scratch marks here. Let me just try that again. The home,
Just say it. Just say it slowly, Cass, as you do it. We'll take it in, and Nicole can type it, and that way, if you like it, she's
Okay.
already ahead of us.
Okay, great. Okay. The home may not be consistent with the character of the area and may be more acceptable if less prominent, given the relationship to the town and the rural character of the community.
That's a good way to put that. That kind of wraps everything together.
Okay, that was my suggestion on that.
And then, so
Okay.
I'm,
Pardon?
I
Oh,
think
so-
she basically wrapped up. She just combined all those sentences together to make a nice logical thought.
should I keep the sentence that says the challenge is to take the same curative approach?
Yeah, I
and also-
deleted that. I just took
Okay.
all that out.
Okay.
Do you want to read that back, Nicole?
Yeah. And then I had a comment about consider textured surfaces. That can that be a separate comment?
Is that,
That's still
think-
part of bullet number 3.
Yeah, I think I should have made it a
You could
separate
put that at
comment.
the end.
Okay,
Well, you can make it a separate comment. I'd put it after the one that Cass just amended.
right. I'll make it its own separate comment after that one.
Okay.
Okay, so what I have from Cass is the home may not be consistent with the character of the area and may be more acceptable if less prominent, given the relationship to the town and the rural character of the community.
Okay.
okay, so moving on.
Okay. I think, hold on, number 6, comment number 6. It's not board requests. A site visit with story poles consisting of the 4 corners of each building, you can omit, and ridgeline will be required. And then you can just leave it at that,
Mhm.
because I have some inside information. That's why they're not on this agenda, I think. Are they on this agenda?
Yeah.
They're on this agenda because he's made some changes to the plans. So the story pole, yada, yada, yada. I'll explain when we get to the item. But just say a site visit with story poles consisting of story poles at 4 corners of each building, combining where they articulate. There was a hinge point where it would only require 1 pole. But it's moot because of the design has changed, I'm sure. But that's what we said.
Okay,
Okay, next.
I
Item
have
2.
I have a couple more, sorry. On
Okay.
number 4, I would suggest simplifying this sentence and just say, consider use of native plantings to better merge the project into the site.
Okay.
got it.
And then on number 5, I would suggest uplighting is not allowed for the area.
Yep.
Okay,
And then you already said 6. Oh, and then number 1, I would suggest that this sentence just be changed to say, board appreciated and thank the applicant for the thorough presentation.
That's fine.
That's all.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Can we go to number 2? Let's scroll to 2, please. Thank you.
I had a couple comments if nobody else wants to jump in.
Go for it.
Number 2, I would suggest water tower is appropriate and a nice touch.
There you go.
sorry.
Water tower is appropriate and a nice touch.
Okay,
Do any of the Jonathan, do any of the comments continue on the next sheet?
yes.
Can we scroll down just a little bit for that too, so we can get them all on? There you go.
I also had a question about number 3. I wasn't sure, it says street, was this just a statement that we made that street trees can?
Okay, I'll talk about that one.
Okay, all right.
I'll
go
talk
for it.
about that one, but go ahead. I'm still thinking. Go ahead and
Okay,
get
and
the
then
rest of your.
under 4, I was going to suggest instead of at the very end where it says darker color scheme, I was going to suggest darker palette versus the white.
No. No. Stop.
No?
No, I'm talking to my dog. He's going batshit nuts in the
Oh,
driveway. Sorry. I was trying to avoid him from barking so you guys wouldn't hear it.
I was thinking, okay, well, anyway, I think we were just suggesting, it wasn't the black, it was just going a darker palette versus the white. So I was just going to suggest darker palette.
That makes sense. Okay. Any other comments?
And then under 5, I would remove as much, just to say, provide softness to the site, period. Site design. To provide softness to the site design, period.
Got it.
I would say go ahead. Keep going, Cass.
Okay, I just had the 2 more things. One is under 6, I think ID, we're saying identify. That means ID means
yes.
Identify / label. In case, someone doesn't know what ID means. And then number 7, I just wanted to hear from, did we say, we said 3-story structure is not in conformance with the character of the community. Is that really true?
No, we said the 3-story, we were talking about the residential structure, and I think we need to identify that.
Okay.
These comments apply for both this item and the next one, because we reviewed them together.
Okay.
And so we need the first item number here in the minutes is for the commercial, and the second item number is for residential. So I think if we just duplicate the minutes, Nicole, under both items, and then make it clear that some of the comments refer to the project as a whole, some of the, which is both of them, some of the comments refer to the commercial frontage, and some of them refer to the residential. And so the 3-story structure, that was specifically the residential 3-story structure is in tension with the structures to either side. There's a 1-story structure on one side and an open field on the other, as well as the homes across the street. And I think that's where we left it.
So we're not saying that it's not allowed. We're just questioning and pointing out the
we had some issues with the 3-story structure and wanted them to take a look. And we talked about some different ways in which they could approach the design of that, and we were waiting for them to return with it. And then the last sentence there, show more articulation of the structure on Bell Street. That is specifically the commercial portion.
Well, I guess what I'm getting to is, what is allowed and what is, the preference. So, for me, as only one board member, I did not have an issue with the 3-story structure. But I
the board was split, Cass.
Okay.
And the comments reflect that.
It does?
Yeah, the one as I amended it.
So I have some questions about the amendment.
Okay. You want to read it?
Well, I mean, it's I wanted to talk to you about it because I didn't quite get all of it. But does the board want to determine which way they're leaning on this? Because not in
because
conformance.
We didn't in the meeting.
Okay.
We did not determine which way we were leaning in the meeting, and this is the minutes of the meeting. So what I want to convey, or what I hope we can convey in wordsmithing this, is that, first of all, we're talking about 2 different 3-story frontages. One was on Waite, one is on Bell. One is residential, one is commercial. And they need to be broken down that way in the minutes.
So
And the residential ones, okay,
I need some assistance as to which of these comments apply. So right now I have the residential 3-story structure, and then whatever you guys want me to write as far as tension.
okay. What do you have for the residential 3-story?
I have not edited that one yet because I guess I just want to clarify, being not in conformance or not in character, that's not whether it's allowed or not. It's just a discretionary comment from the board. So there's not really a difference
Correct.
between that and saying that there's tension. So do you want me to say some members felt
You could say there is no conclusive direction. But the board expressed I hate to break it apart and do what does everybody else? How does everybody else want to characterize that?
How about this? The 3-story structure may not be in conformance with the character of the community, although the board had mixed feelings or mixed comments, and suggested that the applicant study this area further.
Okay, study this area further. How about the board noted that the adjacent properties contain primarily single-story structures. Could the applicant, and then suggest that the applicant restudy this to make it, I don't know. We wanted it to appear less of a straight frontage right there. Either stepping it, because we talked about stepping it back and doing some different things, and the applicant said they had some difficulties with that. We kind of left it in on their side to kind of look at it.
How about
be restudied.
How about this? A study further with respect to the adjacent lower profile residential
Perfect.
buildings, structures.
Okay.
With
Okay.
respect to the adjacent lower profile residential structures.
Does that work for
Bethany?
everybody?
Yeah, Bethany,
Yeah, well,
I think this was my comment, and I think I had an issue with the size, bulk, and scale of this particular building in relation to the adjoining properties.
you were the one who made the comment, but you weren't the only one who
Yeah.
was going along with it.
Okay.
there was some support. You're correct, Lowell. It was your comment initially. Does Cass's wordsmithing capture?
It's good with me.
Do you want me to read
Okay.
it again?
Please.
Or
Nicole, do you want?
What? Yeah, why don't I read what I have, because it's a little bit of a Frankenstein comment, because I wasn't sure of all what you wanted deleted. So, okay, the residential 3-story structure may not be in conformance with the care of the community. Restudy with respect to the adjacent lower profile structures. And then
residential structures.
There you go.
Residential structures.
and you
And I
may
think at the initial, go ahead, Nicole.
and you probably want this deleted, but one thing that we didn't specifically say to delete was the similar comment that says reference structures presented are all 1- and 2-story structures.
Well, I think that's okay.
Okay.
I think that can remain at the end. And I think at the beginning, right before you start the 3-story structure, I think you need to say the residential and then colon. Or you can group these, you can regroup these versus residential versus commercial.
This
Um,
says,
and-
this says, it currently says the residential 3-story structure.
Mhm.
I want to be very clear in the minutes that because of the way we reviewed these, Nicole, we made all of our comments all at once. And this is actually 2 different BAR numbers because it's 2 different lots.
Right. And what you're
Are you
suggesting,
with me?
Right, and it says
So
the
what I'm
residential.
suggesting, yes, identify that this is the residential one. This comment is specifically with regard to the residential frontage, which is on Waite Street.
so do we want
And there are a couple of other comments. No, we do not want to delete it. I want to keep
No,
all
no,
of the
no, no,
comments together
that's
because
not-
we reviewed it.
Sorry, that's not what I meant. What I meant is what you're suggesting is to take all of these comments and duplicate them and repeat them for item number 3 and number 2.
Correct.
And so do all of them apply to both, or are you doing that because of the way that we reviewed?
No, I want to duplicate the comments because of the way we reviewed it.
Okay.
However, within the comments, I want to clarify which ones apply to which project.
Okay,
This is how we've done it in the past when we've reviewed things all together when it really is 2 item numbers.
sure.
So,
Because we will have some comments cast that apply to both.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just asking. Okay.
Yep, no, I just wanted to make it clear. Does that work for you, Nicole?
yeah, I think what we'll need to do is, so right now, under item 3, it says see item 2 above for comments on both. So they apply to both.
That's fine. You can
So
leave that.
I think what we need to do is start at comment number 1, and I'll write at the beginning, comment on both residential and commercial components, or comment on residential component only. We probably need to go through each of
That's-
them.
That's fine. So if we start with number 1, that's both, I can't remember which property the water tower was on. And that's okay. The street trees, that was specifically with regard to, well, we talked about street trees on Waite Street, but number 3, I will give you a better comment for Bell, which is the commercial frontage. 4
I don't-
applies to both.
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't understand. What are we doing with 3?
I haven't given you the comment yet. I haven't changed it. You want me to change it now?
Oh, that's gonna be for commercial?
Yes.
Okay.
The first part, the street tree is for commercial. The other one is an all over comment. Do you need me to make my comment about the street trees, Nicole?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to structure this. Whenever you want to do, whenever you want to do that, the street tree one is fine. We can come back to it.
We can come back to it after we go through and identify which goes where, if you like. I don't want to derail your process because you're the one doing it.
Right now I'm just going through and identifying it if each comment is on the overall, commercial, or residential.
Okay, well, please provide a landscape plan that
I have that as comment
incorporates,
on. Yeah.
that's for both of them.
Yeah.
Could be tough to squeeze anywhere else. The street trees, that is its own comment, and it was mostly directed towards the commercial. That's where we had, and it's my comment, which is why I know where it was directed. I had made a comment about incorporating, given the paucity of landscape over the entire both lots, that a street tree would really maximize the contribution as a softening to the frontage, and that I understand that the working with the Caltrans right away is a challenge, and that they should consider a way to place a street tree in the frontage that wasn't in the right of way if they are unsuccessful with Caltrans.
Okay.
Well, we talked about strategies for landscape in various other locations, but that was the general basis for that. Can we go back to identifying which one applies to which?
Yeah. I'm on. Yeah. Mhm.
So 4 was both, 5 is both, although it's predominantly residential. 6, identify the location of the buildings. I think Cass already kind of amended that. That applies to both lots. The 3-story structure is not, we talked about that one. And then, of course, show more articulation of the structure on Bell Street. That's the commercial part of that comment.
Sorry.
And you can break it out as a separate comment. That's number 7, the tail end of 7.
Sorry. Can we go back to the comment about identify location buildings on either side of the property and the tree located on Bob's Wellbred property? Is that an overall comment?
That's an overall comment, correct.
Okay.
So the first part of number 7 is residential, and we talked about that.
Yep.
The last sentence, show more articulation of the structure on Bell Street. That is the commercial portion of the project.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Number 8, show adjacent structures to the right and left on the elevations of, and you can put Bell Street, which is commercial, and Waite Street, which is residential.
Madam Chair,
So is that an overall?
Yeah.
on number 7,
Well,
sorry, finish what you were doing there on the, sorry to do that.
I just told you it's kind of an overall, but Bell Street is the commercial and Waite Street is the residential.
And then would you mind hearing me and telling me how to spell Waite Street?
Waite.
Okay, I had it right. Yay. Okay, thanks.
Yay! Okay, Cass, what?
On that, since on number 7, it's a hybrid there relating to both. We say the residential 3-story
Yeah, and
structure, and I was just going to suggest that at that end statement, we say for both the residential and the commercial portions of the project, show more articulation, blah, blah, blah. So that it's
she
clear
could do that way too.
Yeah, so that statement is clearly for both, since we have identified the first part of the statement as being specific to the residential.
Okay, got it. Yeah, well, I just made that one its own comment on the overall project.
Good. Okay.
Okay, I think
Then
we're
you
good.
can drop,
Ooh.
then just drop Bell Street off of the end of that,
Okay.
because it's articulation on
Everywhere.
Got it.
yeah.
Got it.
Okay, I think we're ready to scroll. And that just says see above, right? Number 4.
I have one comment on number 2. I would suggest project is well done and I don't know how to really deal with the second part.
It's not really applicable to our findings.
Then maybe we should just drop it.
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah,
math
and
book and
it-
scale, so it is.
Yeah, okay, well then maybe, smaller. maybe-
Then I think you would say that the board would wholeheartedly endorse a slightly smaller project.
Yeah, so take, but would love to see, take that out. And then say, what you just said, Bethany, the board would appreciate or appreciates smaller footprints with respect to,
So am I writing what Bethany said or what you're saying? right
okay,
now?
yeah, go ahead and tell us what Bethany said, but I would take that, would love to see.
Okay, so the first thing is, Nicole, is project is well done. The board, take out, but would love to see, so scratch that. So the
Yeah.
board, and then what did you say, Cass?
Would appreciate.
The board would appreciate or?
Smaller footprints.
One thing that I had in my notes that
Yeah.
Cass said is that she also
Yeah.
wanted it to be less formal.
Yeah. More rural.
Okay, so a smaller footprint, comma, and then since it was Cass's comment, did everybody else, was the feeling that everybody else was, we endorsed that as a board, or is that Cass's comment?
I think I agreed.
I endorse that.
Okay, then I would say a smaller footprint, comma, and a style that was less formal and more rural
In
in
character.
character.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
Perfect. Thank you. That was,
And then leave number 3 just as it is, and I think we're good.
yeah.
Okay, next one, Jonathan? Okay. Was the project simplified, or is it a simple project? Or did we just simplify it? Or
Which
did the
number?
applicant simplify it?
Which number?
I'm looking at number 1. Appreciate the quality of the presentation and the simplification of the project. The project has come to a nice place and is elegant.
Bethany,
Oh,
I
Yeah.
think we have to be specific about what they were simplifying. Did they remove
Well,
scene or did the design become more simplified?
it did.
that's what was kind of sticking with me. Then I would say presentation and the simplification of the design,
Yes.
and then let the last of it stay the way it is.
And I think things like has come to a nice place are odd.
Yeah, I
just-
take that out.
I'd say the project has progressed. And the board appreciates the new forms, the new language, the project.
How about the project has progressed and is elegant? Because it already says appreciate at the start of that comment.
I have one.
The project has, how about the project has evolved to be I was going to use simple, but that's not going to work there.
I have a suggestion, if I might.
Yep.
So appreciate the quality of the presentation, comma, the reduction in height and the overall simplification, period.
Yeah.
Perfect. I have no problems with any of the rest of the comments. Anybody else have anything else?
No.
I have a question. It says we gave it preliminary final, and in my notes, I say just preliminary.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Jonathan, can you scroll up a little bit?
What was the
That's
number
good.
from last time? Robin, do you have the number from
This-
last time?
This is number 5.
But
In
last
my-
time it was number 2. Okay. No, it wasn't. Wait a second.
Well, it appears agendized for preliminary final.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
It was number 5.
Last time.
That's what it
Last time.
says.
Okay, you're right. 5. I have return for final.
Yeah, that's what I have. That it got preliminary approval.
Return for final.
Was this the one where we started to give it? There was one where we started to take one action and then we turned around and said, no, we were going to take a, because I'm not seeing anything in the notes that indicate anything they're returning for. I mean, were they lacking details?
They really, I think they did a really good job of listening to everything we said. They came back with a really nice project that reflected all of that. And I think we were very happy with what we saw. They
And
took-
we were going to give it preliminary final, but they didn't have details. Is that it?
No, we have down return for final.
yeah, but why?
I
why-
understand what your notes are, but why did we need to see it again?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
My notes
Because
don't
there's
say.
nothing in these notes.
Okay.
The only thing that I can see that we would, with what I'm saying, Jonathan, scroll down again so we can see the comments. There is nothing in the comments that says you need to work on your paint colors, you need to work on your elevations or anything like that. It says basically that we're fine with the project. So the only reason it would need to return for final is if they were missing their details or something like that. And if in fact we started to give them preliminary and then we were going to have, we were going to have them return for final. And then they said, no, we have our details, and we looked at them, then we would have given it final at the same time. And I remember there being a project which was kind of screwy like that.
Bethany, if it helps, if you want to just move on, I can just double check the tape.
Great.
That would
Will you
be great.
double check the tape, what we did? Okay, go down to number 6, Jonathan. That one was continued. It says 2, and I think it's 7. So scroll down a little bit more. Nicole, that'll be something to change in the minutes because the numbering started again.
Yeah,
Anybody have any comments on 2, which is the Shumash gas station new sign, which is really number 7?
I think it reflects what we talked about. No change for me anyway.
no change for me.
Okay, Jonathan? Three, which is really 8.
I have a couple comments on number 4. Well, I guess just that first statement, I would just use our usual board thank the applicant for a complete presentation. And then number
Okay.
4, I would say demonstrate conformity by showing height limit, etc.
Okay,
And then number 5, I would say, just take would like to see some and delete that and just say mitigate the flatness, boxiness of the structures. Consider recessed windows or projections to add texture and interest.
did you get that, Nicole?
Yeah, I'm typing it.
And that's all I had.
I had one for 6.
Okay.
Darken the proposed color of the structure so that it recedes into the landscape, just so that there's some reasoning
Okay.
behind.
I think number 7 is outside of our purview. I would like to see it as the last comment. And I would say we encourage the applicant to submit for zoning permits as a planner's memo will be required to return to the BAR.
So can I say planner's authorization, because they don't always write memos, they just need to authorize that they can return.
Okay, that's fine.
Got it, thanks.
You wordsmith it. Okay. Mr. Villalobos, do we have a verdict?
I'm here. Mr. Villalobos stepped out, so he's still looking at the tape.
Okay. Why don't we just table this for a second until he comes back?
Gotcha.
And we'll go ahead and show me the agenda for today.
Yeah. 1 second.
Bethany, can I make a brief comment?
Yes.
Again, I'd like you to discuss this with staff if you can, but unless last month's minutes directly affect the current month's agenda items, that discussion on last month's minutes be at the end of the meeting. Because this is taking entirely too long, in my opinion, for the public to wait around for us to get done with this.
Yeah, we're supposed to have had these much more organized so that our comments were all ready to go. And so I'll speak to that. I think that's it. And unfortunately, Alan, often over half or more of the items do directly affect on the previous minutes. All right, they come right back because we only meet once a month. We always. I'd be hard pressed to find an instance where the previous month's minutes didn't have at least one or more items that were on our current agenda. That's why it's in the front.
I don't.
Yeah. No, I understand and concur with exactly what you're saying. I get it.
That would, if there's only one item or 2 items, that would be 10 or 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting rather than an entire hour.
I know. This was a particularly nettlesome set of minutes, and we don't appear to have had our ducks in a row as to how we wanted to change the comments, which has created a lot of issues and added immensely to the time. We should be able to get through the minutes. We should all be prepared as board members with our comments, if we have them, as to how we'd like to see the minutes amended, written out, so that we can read them, so that Nicole can do them and we can combine them and we can zip through the minutes. And we are sadly deficient on that today. I mean, we
Madam
all
Chair.
had notes, but we didn't have our comments ready.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I do always go through the minutes in advance and, carefully look at them, and I don't make comments if I don't think that they're necessary. I don't know if there's another way.
I understand that.
No, I'm not taking it personally. I'm just saying that if there is another way, if we do get the minutes in advance and can send them earlier, I'm happy to do it another way. But I do think that the minutes are, extremely important in direction to the.
I think that this is what you're describing, Cass, is exactly what everybody does, or most of us do.
Yeah.
I can't speak for everyone, but in general, what happens is we come in, we've reviewed them, we know where we want to make comments, but we don't have anything written down specifically as how we want to amend the comment. So we struggle with words, and we have to parse it back and forth, and it's very difficult. And if we have exactly what we want it to say, and I'm as guilty of this as potentially anybody else, or more than anybody else, but we need to have it. We need to be better prepared, as Alan said, and we need to have it ready to go so that we can read this to Nicole. And then if she says, no, I didn't catch that, we can say, all right, and we can go back. But we don't have them written out.
Bethany?
So we can't. Yeah.
Could, because this discussion is also taking up time, could we?
Time, I know. Let's just move forward here.
Can we put this at the end of the meeting if we want to continue it? Because I think it's an important discussion, but I think we should move on with the agenda.
Yes, good idea.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We'll wait on CBAR members' informational briefings. Member recusals. I have to recuse myself from item number 4. Are there any other recusals or absences?
I need to leave this meeting 10 minutes ago, and I will be back at 11:30. So
all right, Cass. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys in a little while.
Any other recusals? Nobody else has to recuse. Okay. Let's skip the staff update for now. Let's go ahead and make the motion to reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency.
Bethany, I do need to make one comment before we get to the minute. So I'm going to be here for the first 4 items, and Tina Mitchell is going to step in and take the minutes for the last 3 items today.
Okay.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion. We've all done this numerous times. We understand that it is the county's health department acting in concordance with the state suggested requirements that we continue to meet remotely. And I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve that. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Puck. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Any opposed? Okay. David, did you come up with a resolution on that? Jonathan, did David come back from looking at the tape?
I did, and you know what? It was enchanting. So, Bethany, you are correct. So, what ended up happening was it was a motion for preliminary action to return full board final to review details. So you were exactly correct.
Okay. So could you, Nicole, go ahead and make those notes, and then we will take the action. Unless, does everybody want to just take this action before we start the standard agenda and just get the minutes put to bed? And then we can have our discussion about how to handle them at the end of the meeting?
Sure.
Okay, was that a motion? I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second.
That was Alan and then Puck. Take your pick. All right. I'm sorry?
Listen, give it the puck.
Give it to Puck. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So motion carried. Let's start the standard agenda. Please scroll for me. Item number 1, Shumash Monument Signs. Item 21, bar 38. Do we have an applicant present and prepared to present?
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Adam Orta, planner for the project. I just want to briefly mention in the project description, it's the request of Sam Cohen. It actually should be the request of Mr. Jason Rojas. That was a quick typo. Mr. Rojas is here. Thank you.
Okay. Call, could you please? Oh my gosh, my computer's finally up. All right. So while Mr. Rojas, are you prepared to do the presentation? And I'm not seeing the minutes from the previous time, so I can't read them into the record while we're sitting here.
Bethany, I can read them if you'd like.
Please do while
Okay.
Mr. Rojas gets set to share his screen.
Okay, so prior comments are the stone is attractive. Look at using stone that ties into the stone used elsewhere on the site or natural stone found in the area. Would like the sign to be less commercial and more rural and handcrafted in nature. Perhaps steel letters cut out and pinned into a rough wall or a carved design. Look for something more organic and handmade in appearance. The light boxes and concrete aprons already create an urban feel, and the signage would exacerbate this effect. The colors are acceptable. Be mindful of the fact that uplighting cannot be used for signs that are not internally illuminated. And that's the end of the comments.
Okay. Mr. Rojas, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and make your presentation. If you could be succinct and point out where you have addressed comments from last time. I think we all know where this is, but if you want to start with where we were, your vicinity map, that might be helpful. And the second thing is you are limited to what was submitted for this review. And so please don't utilize any documents that weren't submitted for the BAR deadline. All right, take it away.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, fellow committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to present our project to you. Can everybody hear me okay? Hello?
Yes, we can. Go.
Oh, okay. This is our second hearing, and we are requesting to receive approval for final today. We did have a few comments as we reviewed during our conceptual hearing, and of course, we're prepared to go through those today. So I'll get started on the very first one, and it's regarding to the stone veneer that we're proposing. If we take a look at our revised plans on our detail sheet, we added a note to reflect this revision. So on our stone finish note, we have it here to match existing on property, which was our original intent all along. Going on to the second comment, the comment is to have the signs look less commercial, more rural and handcrafted. There were some comments that mentioned having steel cutouts and having those backlit We at the casino, we had a meeting with our executive team members and business committee members, and the decision was that the messaging for our property, the branding logo design, the best way to achieve this is the way that is designed. What we did show on our painted colors, we added a note in here to have a texture, a light texture made to the sign to make it look more natural, more of a handcrafted look. And I do have some reference documentation. I'm not sure if it was submitted in with our C-bar package, but I do have some material to show the differences of the existing signs within the San Ynez community and what we are proposing. Going on to comment number C, about the way that the sign is lit. Again, looking at a lot of the signage in San Ynez Valley, and I do not know if some of that information was presented with the C-bar, but I do have examples of what that looks like, some of the community signage. And there are some issues. There really is no way for us to show our branding the way that it was designed and intended to, with a wooden sign that's carved out, or having metal pop-out letters. So the way that we are presenting this, we've mentioned that we can add different light temperature colors and also add a dimmer switch for the backlighting of the lens. In this summary that we have of signage, let me see, my computer's running a little slow. There's just some examples of the signs lit at night and the signs lit during the day. The directional messaging that we're having for our signs would not illuminate properly if the signs were popped or raised off of the backing, and it creates shadows, which for the directional arrows, it would just be impossible for traffic to follow.
Mr. Ross, we're still looking at just your stone and color. We're not seeing anything else. So if the rest of your package, if you're alluding to sheets that we're not seeing, I just wanted to let you be aware of that.
Okay. Let's see, it says your screen sharing is paused. Is there a way for me to unpause that?
I didn't pause it, so it may be on the P&D end or not, but.
Okay. I think I got
so
it.
So Jonathan, could you? Okay.
No, he still has control of sharing the screen. Maybe stop sharing and then sharing one more time, possibly. That could fix it.
Okay. So I don't know if, let me see if I can get this thing to, yeah, it's still paused.
You might try what Jonathan suggested, which is stop sharing and then try sharing again and see what happens.
See it now?
Yes. Yes, it is. Thank you so much. So why don't you recapitulate what you were talking about with the lighting and the way your sign is constructed? Oh, nope, we've lost you. Now I'm seeing the County of Santa Barbara. There you go.
Okay. So these are just some of the examples of other signage within the San Ynez Valley. As you see, most of these are wood carved signs, and most of them do have uplighting on them. What I wanted to show was
uplighting. That you're not gonna. I can just tell you right now, you're not gonna get anywhere with the uplighting. So just go ahead and show us. That's good.
valley what currently are shown in the valley. I wasn't showing
Yep.
our example. Right now on my screen is a
Gotcha.
rendering of what a nighttime view of the sign would look like. Like I said, the temperature of the lights on the internal illumination can be adjusted so that way they're not shining too brightly. And there's also, we can also adjust the lens, which was called out on the plans as well. So our approach is to maintain this design, and we feel that this is the best solution to demonstrate the branding, to show the Shumash Casino, and then to also demonstrate the directional traffic, the wayfinding for pedestrians or guests traveling to our property.
Okay, those actually are not included in what's online as what was submitted. And in fact, I'm looking through your submittal. Let me see if I can join the meeting. One second. Oops. Why don't you go back to the package? The document that I have is CCR Monument Revision to 2022 Final Package PDF. Why don't you limit yourself to that and go back to that and show us what you've got in there so that we're not looking at something that wasn't submitted.
Here we are.
Correct. Okay. All right.
So comment D is more or less a note mentioning that the colors are acceptable. Comment E, be mindful of the fact that uplighting cannot be used, which is noted. We revised the notes on our landscaping plan to reflect that.
Okay.
And
why don't you show us that?
And I pulled the wrong file. I'm sorry, my PC is moving really slow today, and I'm waiting for it to pull back up.
Okay. All right. Tell you what, let me see if I can share my screen. Jonathan, you need to let me share my screen.
Gotcha. I'll do that. 1 second. How about now?
I've got it. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Can everybody see mine?
Yep, we can see it.
Yep.
Okay. So, this was the picture
If
Mr.
we go to the
Rojas
last
had.
three sheets, if we go to the last three sheets, it'll show the landscaping plans.
Perfect. I'll do that for you. Here's what looks like. My computer is also slow, so it'll take a second. That's one of them.
One more down, number 16, please.
There you go.
So if we scroll down just a tad, and to the right, there's call outs of different specifications. I think it's up, yeah, it's up just a tad. We're calling out accent lighting. It's more or less to illuminate the stone veneer off the sign, which that rendering that I showed, the nighttime illumination, that's really what it was reflecting, the accent lighting to showcase the stonework.
Yeah, and these are not going to be allowed. Because there's it's my understanding that you can't uplight. And I understand you drove around and you found examples of signs that had uplighting in the valley. And the best that can be said of those is that they're existing non-conforming or they're illegal, one of the two, depending on their location,
Okay, well,
because not everybody is subject to exactly the same requirement. But for this project, it's my understanding that the uplighting isn't going to be allowed. So we're looking at, you know, the internal illumination as you had talked about for those. I wish we had an elevation in this package. We don't actually have an elevation except for that one, which isn't really a description of any of the locations.
well, in our conceptual hearing, I provided renderings of each sign that had elevations and it showed heights, it showed everything. So I did not include that in this resubmittal package since it was already shown in our conceptual hearing.
Yeah, but it makes it hard to look at it if it's not part of the package. Oh, here we go. Here's a few of them. This is the only one I can see though.
Well, each sign has its own elevation just like that.
Right. Well, then maybe they're in here. That's this is the other one. This is location 2.
Correct?
And here we go. Here's location 3. I misspoke. They are in here. Thank you. Okay. And so you are, let's see, do you have the detail of, because that's the other location. This is location 3, correct?
That's location 3, yes.
All right. So let me just go this. Okay. So overall, what you have is 1, 2, and then 3 down here. And this is Edison.
That's Edison,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And to the right is the mobile gas station.
Right there.
Yes, right there,
Okay.
yes.
And this is your box and how you're intending
Correct.
to illuminate it. These were your
Correct.
colors that we talked about.
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about some kind of a texturing. Do you have did you have a visual example of that?
I don't know if that was included in that sign package that was included. I'm not sure if you guys have a copy of that or not.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm just going to enlarge this a little. All right, so this is the first one. This was number 1. This is how it would look. And you would have, where's the, all right, so on this, if I were to zoom in, where are the various colors? Obviously, this is the stone. You can see the push-A. Where is the black and where is the orange?
Okay, so where the Shumash Casino sign references, that shape is the red. The lettering of the Shumash Casino Resort would be white.
Okay.
And the side pieces would be the black.
Be the black. Okay.
Correct.
All right. We're getting somewhere. And this is the plan of that sign for number 1.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to start with and then this is the landscaping for that sign. Enlargement.
The general
right?
landscaping, the detailed landscaping is towards the end.
Okay. So for number 2, this is the location here. And this is where we have the sidewalk and we've got all this other stuff going on. Light
Right.
poles and things like that. this is the actual sign. And again, it's consistent. This is kind of the reddish orange, and then the side pieces are the black, and the letters are, for all the letters are kind of that white.
Correct.
Okay. And then that's kind of the general landscape. And I'm just going to go to the plan first. So this is opposite Edison. This is your sign.
Correct.
This is the elevations for it. And this has got some other information on the side. And what would these letters be?
It would be the same type of material, and it's called out on the color sheets. The directional wayfinding would be the yellow, and then the arrows would match. Or I guess
Okay.
it's ivory.
It's ivory. Yep. So
Yeah.
it's this ivory yellowy color here.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the only location that occurs, is on this third sign?
No, each sign has its directional. The messaging is different though, depending on location. We show the messaging on this sign just to show reference of dimension of size, and then referencing to arrow locations where that was going to go. But each sign will have its directional arrows of where it's going to go in relation to parking for valet or self-parking.
Okay. All right. That was the specific for that one. And then we're into the landscape.
Yeah, these are the more detailed landscaping sheets.
Which are actually showing genus and species and uplighting for the walls, the stone portion of the wall,
Correct.
correct? All right.
Correct. Yes.
Does that cover pretty much what you needed to cover in your presentation, or do I need to go back to any of the sheets?
No, that covers everything in our presentation. Again, I apologize that you weren't able to see the differences in the signage that little presentation we packaged up to show, and then our nighttime rendering of our sign just for reference. I'm not sure if you do need to see that. I can send that to our planner again, just to make sure that you have it or it's on file.
It would be a good idea to go ahead and put it on file. Certainly.
Okay, great.
All right. Jonathan, do we have any members of the public for this project wishing to speak?
Madam Chair, I see no hands for public comment.
Okay, you might, because I just sprung it on them just like I did you. So you might give them 30 seconds and ask if anybody here needs to speak on this project.
Absolutely.
So, because members of the public don't attend every week. They don't get the rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm not hearing any members of the public, so I'm going to go ahead and say, do we have any board members want to start comments? I know I didn't ask for any questions. If you have questions, go ahead and spring them on us.
Bethany?
Yeah.
Could you zoom in on the plant legend on trees specifically? I can't read it.
Just a minute. So they've got existing trees, existing to be removed, Platanus racemosa and Lagerstroma indica, muskegee. On this plan. So
Where, so the Lagerstromia are behind the sign?
I think those are the,
Or those are the sycamores?
I'm not sure where the sycamore is.
No.
I'm gonna infer,
Oh,
the applicant, could you, Mr. Rojas, if you could just tell us real quick,
thank you.
so these dark green circles are to remain trees. This one's to be removed. And then is this a sycamore or? Is that the Lagostromia? Because we're having a hard time telling. It looks like it's Lagostromium, and I'm not seeing any platinus at all.
Yeah, it's not the sycamore. That's location number 2. It's not the sycamore.
Okay. So, and obviously they're all different for each one. So here's one. It looks like
Yeah.
there's the same. Yeah, it's the same palette for all 3 sites, Puck. So like this one has no
Correct,
proposed
yes.
trees.
Oh, okay, I got
I
it.
believe the sycamore is only at location number 3.
Right here.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trees coming out.
Right.
Yes, most of them were really small, more.
Yeah.
I would say like 5 foot.
Well, yeah, you've got a 3-inch and a 3-inch and a 3-inch, and I'm not sure what that one is.
Yeah.
And then what is S10? Because I couldn't read that either.
S10.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Myoporum parvifolium Puda Creek.
Oh, okay. Do you want my comments now?
Sure. Anybody else have any other questions, or should I just go to Puck for comments? Go ahead and start, Puck. Let's hit the road.
Okay. I'm just going to trust that this this treatment of the signs is going to make them look a little more organic, or fit in more with the kinds of signs that we encourage in the community, the wood signs, more rural in character. And the black fox, it looks like it's actually like a dark
Bronze.
bronze on
Yep.
my screen. And I just wanted to make sure that that was accurate, because black is just way too urban, but it doesn't look black on the color chip. So
Can the applicant answer that question real quickly? You got to unmute.
Yes, I can. Can you
There you go.
hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
The black fox color is more of like a dark bronze. We were using this color on other signage on the interior of our site, and it is more of a darker bronze color than black. It's not black, it's more of a dark brown.
And the PMS 173C, that's more red than orange, because it looks awfully orange
Correct,
here.
yes. Imaging on the computer kind of can skew the colors. It's more of a red, and that's more in line with our branding for the Shumash Casino.
Okay. All right.
All
Thank
right.
you, sir. Continue, Puck.
So my only other comment is that I've always admired the kind of horticultural program of the casino and the reservation, and their use of native endemic plants. And I just find it a bit strange that Lagostromia just seems like the odd man out, and I'd like to encourage the applicant to consider some other native species rather than this exotic. And
Well, that applies to pretty much the whole palette, Puck, right?
yeah, that they've done such a great job with natives that I would like to see them stick to a native palette.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, or are you done?
Sorry,
Puck?
I'm done.
Puck, what was your first comment? I have the comment about native species rather than non-native
Oh.
species.
I am just, we don't have, it's impossible. We don't really have a sample of the treatment of the material to make it feel a little more organic and textured, but I'm trusting the applicant that they know exactly directionally where we want, what our goal is, And so I am trusting them to achieve that goal.
So what would you like me to write?
Um,
Why don't you hold off on
Yeah.
and see what the other comments are, and then
Right.
if you still have a question, Nicole, we can come back to it.
Sounds good.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay. Cass is gone. Robin?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Alan
I'm good. Thank you for the comments you guys made.
and Lowell?
Hello. Let me just.
Lowell?
Yeah, I concur. I think I concur with the other comments made.
Okay. He's actually agendized for preliminary and final today. So, do we have any issues with the way the signs are illuminated, except for I'm gonna say the uplighting, because I think it's certainly my contention that the uplighting would need to be removed. And I think the internally illuminated signage itself is seems to be efficient and sufficient for what they need to accomplish as far as how they're constructing it and everything else. And I actually think the wash on the boulder would be a little superfluous anyway, but that's just my own personal opinion. But I don't think he can do uplighting in this area. But do we have any other issues aside from Puck's overall statement regarding the fact that we're going on trust here because we don't actually have a physical sample of the treatment that they're intending to add to the paint for texturing? Any other concerns, and how would we stand as a board regarding preliminary and final? Don't everybody talk at once.
I don't think this will slow down the project at all, but I would like to give them preliminary today and have them come back on final on consent with a revised landscape plan.
And the omission of the uplighting.
Yes.
Okay, anybody else?
I concur with that.
That sounds reasonable.
I
Robin?
agree.
Okay. Mr. Rojas, I think that's the direction we're going to take. Do you have any questions regarding the process for final on consent and what we're looking for at that point?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. I would like to add that in addition to removal of the uplighting, that in the interim, for the next submittal for final on consent, I'd like you to submit to the planner. Go ahead and just for purposes of completeness, go ahead and submit those pictures and your demos of the night. What the light would look like, the simulation of them lit up at night. For final, you will also need to show all directional information on all 3 signs. Nicole, this is important.
Madam Chair, real quick, it should just be 2 signs. One sign's located in Caltrans right of way.
Well, if we're reviewing all 3, then he needs to show them for all 3. So, okay, whatever's a part of the application, because as indicated by the applicant, this is the only sign. Hold on, my computer's slow. This is the only one with these directional information shown on the detail of the side, front, and side views. Both 1 and 2. This one doesn't show anything here on these little wings. And that's what needs to be shown.
There's
on
no
the-
directional information on those.
It's not what the applicant stated. So my note is if there is directional information intended to be placed on those signs, it needs to be shown. So, and that needs to be clarified, obviously, before they come back for final on consent. And the note is with regarding to the planting palette is to make it fit with the rest of the planting that's there, and also in keeping with what they've done before to make sure that it's not just drought tolerant, but actually native, so that it reflects what has been there before. Nicole, you had a question?
Yeah, I was two things. I was wondering if I can read this last comment to you to make sure it's accurate. And then I also wanted to ask if you want the texture information when they return for
Yes.
final on consent.
Yes, I want an actual sample prepared and submit a physical sample, a complete color board, actually, a physical color board submitted to P&D for the planner. And then I'd like a picture of that submitted in box for us to review. And that's for final on consent. Because he's got to have a physical color board anyway. It's still got to be stamped.
Okay.
Okay. If
Got
that's
it.
good, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for preliminary with the project to return final on consent. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Alan. Any further comments?
Can I read you this note just because it's going to be really important?
Sure.
In
Go
in the
for it.
event they don't understand it. Okay. Return for final on consent with the following: revised landscape plan that incorporates native landscaping
Instead
eliminates
of
instead of
as currently proposed.
currently proposed non-native.
Yep.
That eliminates uplighting,
Correct.
includes a physical color board and photo of the color board with textured materials shown. And in, I'll change it to a color materials board.
Okay.
And includes plans with lighting simulations. And if directional, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. You could just say including material that was briefly shown but not submitted, and that we disregarded for this review. But it'd be a good
Is there-
idea. Actually, say this: that he please submit the photo simulations that were not submitted in time for this hearing.
Okay. Okay, and then, and if directional information is intended to be placed on the sign,
On signs 1 and 2.
on signs 1 and 2, that information should be provided.
It should be
Or that
included in the
information.
plans. Yes.
Should be included in. Okay,
All right. I think you got it. Okay. Anybody else? Any other further discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's not even a quorum, folks. Come on.
I already said aye.
Aye.
I,
Thank you. And Lowell, you're voting for the nonce while Cass is still gone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, before we go on to the next item, I just
Yes.
apologize for interrupting. So I just noticed that we had a number of public commenters joining. in case anyone's here for, I just wanted to let people know if they weren't here for the agenda status report, that item number 5, the Meyer mixed use building, was dropped from the agenda. In case that's a project anyone is here for, it's off of the agenda for today.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to call item number 2, 21 bar 199 Shumash gas station new sign. Nicole, that was last meeting, so if you could please read the minutes, that would be wonderful.
Okay, give me 1
No worries.
second. Let me
And
open
while
this.
she's doing that, Jonathan, can you please queue up our presenter for the
Presenting from the applicant team, we have 3 people for item number 2.
Hi, Dan Morris for Freedom Signs, and I'm joined by John Price and Jeremy Jewell representing Fuel Depot.
Okay, who's going to be presenting, Mr. Morris?
That'll be me, Dan Morris.
All right, so Jonathan, could you facilitate that and let him share his screen?
Madam Chair, could I ask you to share the plans on your screen? Is that possible? I fear if I do it, I'm going to lose audio.
Okay, we'll do it.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and read the comments.
Okay.
Powder coated dark bronze or another darker color would be preferable to white for the pole and sign surround. Would prefer a wooden painted sign instead of a plastic sign, and would prefer a lower height sign. Plastic pole signs detract from the beauty of the valley. Consider whether the sign may be better located on the west end of the site. And that's the extent of the comments.
Okay, Mr. Morris?
Okay, so we did explore relocating to the west side of the lot. Unfortunately, there's a sign on the neighboring property, Santa Coda. It would, because of the 10-foot setback, either be directly in front of that sign or behind the building that's behind it. There's no location to avoid that sign. So
that's this right here, right?
Yeah, if you showed the last picture in the set, that'll kind of, yeah. You
that
see the
sign.
Santa Coda sign right there? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to avoid conflict with that sign and then the tall building next to it, obviously, if we went further back. And we can't go closer to the street because of the 10-foot setback. So we really feel like the location we've chosen is the only option, really. There was a suggestion that we try and explore 2 ground signs, and unfortunately there is a limitation in the guidelines that says 1 freestanding sign per lot. So we're pretty much stuck with a pole sign, and the location we've chosen, I think, suits the property. As to the changing the color, we've taken your advice and changed the white sign surround to a dark bronze. I think it fits into the background a little better now, and also to lessen you asked us to look at wood. There's just no practical way to make a wood-faced pole sign. For lightness, aluminum or plastic are just the materials to use. So we have suggested a satin finish on the plastic rather than a high gloss finish. So hopefully that'll alleviate the plasticky look a little. And then to lessen the lighting, we're going to put a blackout film on the backside of the background of the sign. So only the lettering and the border would be illuminated at night. And that's shown on the night illumination on the right there. That's, a cut of about 60% of the light coming out of that sign, so that, it's less dramatic. And what were the other comments? I think those are the ones. So we've made it less plasticky. We've lessened the light coming out of the sign. We've changed the color to bronze from the white. And other than that, we are basically the same as the sign you saw at the last meeting. I don't know if John wanted to make...
I think the height was the only other thing in the comments.
Yeah, the height. We can't make it lower, unfortunately, because of the neighboring properties, trees, and obstacles on the neighboring property. There is a maximum height allowance of 30 feet, and we're only at 20. So, other than going taller, I don't really see much we can do. And as I said, we're only allowed 1 freestanding sign per site, so splitting it into 2 doesn't work. And I think there was some public comment last time about lighting on the site. I believe the owner, John Price, has fixed that lighting. I don't know if he wants to make any comment on it, but I think that wraps up the changes we've made.
Yeah.
Oh,
if
sorry, the
you're-
neighboring property does park large vehicles at that spot in front of the sign right there. And there's, nothing we can do to control that. We have to make our sign taller than those potential, RVs, large vehicles that are parked on that lot. So
Okay.
20 feet, I think, is pretty reasonable, considering that 30 foot is the maximum allowable. John, I don't know if you wanted to make any comment about lessening the lighting on the lot.
Yeah, I went over there last night. As a matter of fact, last week we've been doing some surveys at night and come to find out that the lighting is reflecting off of the cargo boxes that we do not own. They're on the neighboring property. We're going to put some shields on the back lights so that those lights don't hit that box and illuminate them. If I control the boxes, it'd either be gone or painted a color that wouldn't be so reflective. So anyway, we're working on that.
Okay. All right. Jonathan, you want to see if anybody's here for public comment? While you're doing that, I'm going to ask the board if there are any questions. Board?
Are there anybody here for public comment for item number 2?
Just raise your hand.
Just raise your hand.
And board, while he's doing that, any questions? Okay. Any raised hands, Jonathan?
I have no request for public comment.
All right, then I'm gonna open it up to the board. Who wants to start? Puck, you want to start?
I don't have any comments given. I think the pole and everything looks much better, recessive with that color, and given the constraints and the corporate identity, I don't have any further comments.
Okay, Robin?
I concur.
Alan?
I think it's a good compromise based on what exists on the property now and the constraints that he's got. So I'm happy with it.
Lowell?
I'm still concerned about the palm trees. I don't see the effectiveness of putting the sign there with the grouping of palm trees, which is going to block the sign basically, but maybe that's a good thing.
Well, the palm trees are not on his property.
I
don't think.
understood. But would the applicant consider putting the sign between on the island between the two pumps?
Yeah, it's the setback rule that's the problem there. So it'd have to be 10 feet in. That's basically where the pumps are. The pole would have to be 10 foot back so as not to encroach into the setback. So if you can trace where the center of the sign is right there across, it's basically where the pumps are, would be where the pole sign would go.
That's what he's asking. Would you consider putting it
No.
between the pumps?
I looked at that, and by the way, that's the tree would block it then.
Just the angle as you come down the street.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer
Okay.
your question, Lowell?
Yes, thank you for the consideration.
All right. Yeah, I think given the constraints and everything, that seems, this is a compromise. I do appreciate the blacking out and the change of the pole color and the surround. I would request that for planner. I understand the applicant is working on creating some kind of shield so that those shipping containers are not eliminated. And I would request that you follow up on that with the applicant. This is here for preliminary and final. I would entertain a motion.
I will move for preliminary and final.
Okay, I'll second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I
Puck and
Thank
Allen?
you, guys.
I
Nope.
I
All right.
I know what's going on with my computer. Okay.
Any opposed? All right, you guys are good to go?
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay,
Thank you.
have a nice day.
You too.
A second, item number 3, Lap Ferguson Addition and Garage, 22 bar 2. Can we, there aren't any previous minutes. I think this is the first time we've seen this. Do we have anyone here present to present?
Yeah, hello,
Yep.
this is Brian Libet.
Okay, are you able to present?
We're waiting for us to allow to be share
Okay.
screen.
I have made you post, so you have availability to do that.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, please limit your presentation to only things that have been submitted that we have here.
Yeah, we broke apart the big sheets into a PowerPoint deck here for us.
Okay, just make sure that it's only the stuff that's been submitted, and I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Take it away.
Yes, my name is Brian Libet. I'm here with Michael McDonald, and we're the architects on this residential addition and renovation project. The project's located on High Meadow Road, which is off of Highway 246, coming into Solvang from Santa Ynez there in the east. So we're basically the last street in unincorporated Santa Barbara County. And this is the lot. It's outlined in red right here, the parcel, and the existing house is located right there. It's on a hillside slope, and the ridge I identified here just as this dot, there's a public water utility storage tank on the top of the ridge. So this is on the downslope. It doesn't face Highway 246, it faces away. So you can't see the property from 246. The existing house is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, single-family dwelling built in 1963. It's 1,726 square feet, the existing house, with a current height of 21 feet 9 inches. It's a single-story house, but it has like a lower level exterior access, like rec room, rumpus room. And as I said, there's 2 1-acre lots, 016 and 017. The house is actually located on 017, and the driveway access off of High Meadow is located on lot 016. The house is wood frame construction with stucco and painted siding on the exterior currently. And the roof has portions that are a flat roof and a hip roof that's asphalt shakes. So here's some photos of the existing house. This is from the top of the driveway, looking at the structure. The ridge is back here behind the house. This is from High Meadow looking up at the house. The homeowners intend to keep the natural landscaping with the oaks and just the natural landscaping as is. And then this is as we're going up the driveway looking at the existing house. And just wanted to point out here this flat portion off of this wing of the house is where the intended addition is supposed to be. So kind of making construction easier, plus not having to deal with cut and fill of the landscape. The proposed project plan is a 525 square foot primary bedroom addition that's located on this south wing of the house here. A 66 square foot enclosure of an existing portion of the patio right here off of this bedroom that you'll see, and then a 400 square foot detached garage, which is on the top of the driveway here. The new house will be a 2-bedroom, 3.5. So we're going from it's still going to stay as a 2-bedroom, but we're going to add 1 and 1/2 bathrooms. And then it's also going to include some deferred maintenance. So the current roof is really damaged and leaking, so they have to basically tear off the roof plus the framing and replace all that. And replace the wood windows that are currently on the house that are all leaking, and they're single pane too. And the wood, there's a set of wood exterior entry stairs here that aren't actually made of treated wood, so they're kind of very dangerous right now. And there's wood siding on the house. There's portions of wood siding in the house that have been that are deteriorating. And so the proposal is to stucco the house with a kind of a natural taupe stucco, which would also increase the fire resistance and safety of the property. Just a little more enlarged site plan, seeing this is down where High Meadow Drive is, and the driveway up to the property. So the parcel is located at the rear of the house is located at the rear of the property, and just showing that this somewhat flat area, pretty flat area, is where we intend to do this addition here. A little bit more enlarged to the plan. So this was the one of the bedrooms here, and then the primary bedroom used to be here. So just building this larger, more primary suite is the proposal, keeping the kitchen, the living room, the office, and everything here. And then there was this portion here, this blue portion that used to have a roof overhang, and just enclosing that to make this bedroom a little larger. And this is just the garage is a simple detached 400 square foot garage, 20 by 20 with a shed roof. As we move into the roof plan, we're proposing, as we reframe the roof, to keep the existing cast concrete chimney. If you saw some photos before, we'll see some coming up, that it's a cast concrete with some stone inlay chimney, and then create a simpler roof that's just two shed roofs here, kind of articulating how the house is an L-shaped volume right now. As we move into the elevations, this elevation down here is when you come to the top of the driveway. We've noted with the dashed line of where the current ridge line of the roof is, which is below the peak of the hillside. So the peak of the hillside is at 727, and this dash line here is below that at 726. I'm sorry, not the dash line, the roof line. And we're proposing to do kind of a natural taupe stucco to match the landscape, keeping the chimney as is. And then the addition would be this volume right here. And this volume right here, it's noticed on the plan where the line of the addition would be in the package that was sent to you too. And here's just the backside, one elevation. The windows are pretty much staying, the location is staying as is, they're just being replaced. And we'll move into just to point out some of the materials that are being used. So this is that kind of natural gray taupe stucco that we want to kind of match the landscaping with, and then a kind of light gray charcoal standing metal roof, standing seam metal roof in the roof replacement. The windows would be a black fiberglass windows for energy efficiency, dual pane, keeping the chimney fireplace, which is this stone concrete material here, and then replace the wood rotting landscape stairs with just these cast concrete landscape stairs, and then the decking with a composite decking. In terms of exterior lighting, we're complying with the county downlighting requirements. So the exterior sconces would be these kind of charcoal downlights. They'd only be downlights that you don't see, they're dark sky compatible. You don't see the lens or the lamp. And then the path lighting from the driveway up to the front door would be these simple path lights that are downlighting only. And that's pretty much, it's a simple addition. I could go back, we could maybe land on the site plan, and then if you guys have some questions too, we're more than willing to answer any questions you have as well.
Okay. Jonathan, why don't you make your announcement regarding public comment? And while you're doing that, if any board members have any questions, let me know.
I do believe we have one person here for public comment. Mr. Lapp, if you can unmute yourself or
This is Christopher. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I am the one of the owners, so I like the plan. We really found this house that hadn't been lived in a few years, so it was in disrepair. So we're going to bring it back to life.
Okay.
I'll mute myself again.
Okay. Any members of the board have a question for the applicant before we go to full board discussion?
Then could you just, my computer is acting up this morning a little bit. And anyway, it cut out when we're talking about the height. And
I'm gonna just go back to this slide here. So on the elevation, so well, sorry that I'm making it a little dizzy. I think the elevation is the best slide to show it on.
Yep.
So the height of the structure is 22 feet 11 inches, and the allowable is 30 feet. And the current height of the structure is it's shown as a dashed line here on the elevation. So it's about 9 inches shorter, the current height. So we're just because of trying to get the roofs to match and the slope of the roofs to match and the length of the slope of roof. This little bit here is popping up above the current existing roof line.
And just to explain, this is Michael McDonald, the other architect, just to explain the reasoning for that. We're trying to keep it as low as possible, but also trying to navigate the reality of adding framing on top of the existing structure and trying to make sure that the feasibility of construction is as simple as possible.
okay, thank you.
And Puck, the agenda lists this as Ridgeline Hillside Urban.
Okay, so Hillside Ridgeline Urban is the 30-foot allowable, correct?
I think it's 25, isn't it, Nicole?
25, Madam Chair, yeah.
Thank you, Adam.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay. A board discussion? Puck, you want to start?
want me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, the addition with the sort of 2-story windows that face south and west, that is,
If you could flip to the elevations, that'd be great, sir. Go ahead, Puck.
so I'm seeing some oak trees sort of down slope. Is that correct? Am I in the right?
Yeah, it's a combination of oaks and some other trees, yes, that are further down the site, down the driveway.
Okay. I really, I think the composition of this project is really well done. Everything seems very intentional. As just thinking about how hot it was yesterday, frankly, wondering about those exposures. But I'm sure there's an amazing view there somewhere. So as the project moves along, I'd be really interested in how you're mitigating for sun and also light spill. As love contemporary work, but there is an issue, and we've seen it on some houses that have been constructed, that these more open contemporary forms with large areas of windows and glass do create kind of little lighthouses in the valley. And so
I lost you, Puck.
Uh,
There you go. You're back.
Architecturally, I like the forms a lot. That's it.
Okay. Robin?
I have concerns about the all of the glazing and the light spill, the lantern effect. But overall, I think it's well done.
Okay,
That's it.
Alan?
Yeah, I've got a few concerns, but I think they've been addressed. I'd like to see, can I see a picture of the overall project again, please? I can't bring it up on my computer.
The site plan?
Yeah, please. Well, where is that ridge line? Is the high ridge line? That's in the upper right-hand corner, am I correct?
Yeah, it's not on our property. It's to the northeast, off property, like up way up here, kind of where the mouse is.
How does the height of your proposed building differ from the height of the existing?
We're about 9 inches above the existing roof that's on the structure, this new re-roofing that we're doing, but we're below the peak of the ridgeline.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Bethany.
Okay. Lowell?
I think they've done a good job with the existing house, which is pretty sad looking up there. And I think it's be a real asset to fix this house up. And I think the architecture is really well done and accomplishing what they're setting out to do. So I concur with the other comments of the board.
Okay. I concur. I think there's with the idea of taking what's there and using that bone structure and just working with what you have, you've managed to meld the new and the old. Seems pretty well, actually. I just have some concerns about visibility, as everybody else has, and as to what that would look like, from 246 or some of the other locations nearby from the street.
If I could make one comment, this is on the back side of the hillside, so you can't see this property from 246. If you go back to the kind of Google Maps view, with the way that the hillside is, that it slopes down, and the peak being up here and the ridge being up here, so if you're on 246, you can't see this property.
That's not where I would be looking for it, sir. You can't see it obviously from there. And anyone familiar with the valley, I know that just for having lived here, I would be looking at it coming down the hill from Solvang, trying to see it from there. And while it is a distance away, it's also the most likely viewpoint, before you get to Alamo Pintado. So it's that would be my concern is, what can you see from there? I'm fiddling with Google Earth while I'm talking, because I know there's an intervening hillside in between. Yeah. It would be probably a good idea, and I know the planner is doing this as well on their visits, to see if there is a public viewing point from Alamo Pintado. Well, you shouldn't be able to see it from AP based on what's in between. And And anybody else on the board, what's your feeling? Do you think this is visible from Mission Drive?
I don't think it is.
Okay, I'm just kind of,
I don't think so.
yeah, I'd like to have either the planner or the applicant kind of confirm that. No, I don't think it is. There's a building, but I don't think it's this one. I think it's the intervening,
Bethany, we reviewed the property to the northwest.
yes, off of Hillhaven.
Yeah,
That's my
southwest of the-
project.
Right, exactly. And that was visible, but I think this sits back behind that, and I don't think it's visible.
Okay.
But we can check it out with a,
Yeah, I think it would be nice if the applicant, but specifically the planner, if whoever winds up as the planner for this can verify that so that we are sure. It looks like it's going to be Adam, right?
Yes,
Bethany?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I can go ahead and confirm with the applicant and myself as well. I can confirm and bring
Okay.
that back.
Nicole, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna, Adam jumped in, so I'll just note that. Thanks. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Even with that, I think from Hillhaven Road, we're going to want to have some reassurance that, and I've heard this comment from everybody on the board, even from Hillhaven, you know, what's going to be kind of the effect of that building at the nighttime with light spill, with the fenestration that faces that direction. So I think that's a question for the applicant to kind of bring us back some information on that. Is there anything else we want to see? I mean, as far as landscaping or anything else, I think if you go back to the site plan, sir, there is a,
Scrolling back there.
yeah, right there. There's an oak just off the corner of your addition.
Mhm.
Or there's a tree. I'm inferring it's an oak. Excuse me. There's a tree right off of that. And so if it is indeed an oak or other specimen tree, you will probably need to be prepared to, you know, talk with an arborist who's on the county's list and talk about critical root zone. And the county keeps trying to, they first critical root zone they're using and they're not, and then they are again. So you'll just need to check with your planner to make sure that you're in compliance with anything that's required. And that would actually be a good thing if that is an evergreen oak tree. I think from the extent of my concerns about kind of having the lantern effect, the so-called lantern effect, and as well as solar gain. Even though it's kind of on the northwest corner, it would still be kind of nice, I think, as an inhabitant. And I think that's pretty much our my comments. Anybody else have any other comments?
I just have just one other quick comment. Just, you know, as this goes under construction, obviously there's going to be a fair amount of disturbance, and I think the plan should just notate. I like that it's just going to be very simple and sit in the landscape, but what is going to be used for these kind of disturbed areas, and how some of this grading actually like works.
Okay.
Because you can see like that front deck, it just kind of falls away. Like what does it, you know, really look like kind of under there? But that's a minor point.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. And we want to see them return for preliminary or further conceptual board. Come on, somebody offer a solution.
Preliminary, I think.
Okay, Robin, everybody else?
I'm fine with preliminary.
I'll agree.
Okay. That would be wonderful. So we'll expect to see you with a whole slew of additional information. And oh, and the other thing is, I know you're well below it, but do show on your elevations that you are in compliance with the hillside ridgeline. And if you need information on how to depict that or how that's calculated, because it's the plane, whatever the existing grade is, you project it, 25 feet in the air. But just for documentation purposes, make sure that you're demonstrating that you are in compliance, even if we all know you are.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
You're most welcome. All right. As stated earlier, I have a conflict of interest with item number 4, 21 bar 211 Hoffman, new single family dwelling. Puck, I'm going to ask you to take over, and I'm anticipating that Cass will return and be a part of the review and presentation, so she can slot in or do whatever she needs to do. So take it away, Puck. Go ahead and get everybody lined up.
Given the issues,
Yes.
sorry. Given the
Sorry.
issue with my computer, can you guys handle all the coordination of the screen?
Yeah, I'm going to leave mine up. And it's just showing the agenda. I think Tony would probably be well and able and prepared to walk you through the presentation, so you won't have to worry about the screen coordination. You'll just need to.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning, Tony, and you are here for preliminary final.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Puck, this
yes.
is Nicole. I'm now stepping out, and Tina Mitchell is going to be taking over for the remainder of the minutes today.
Okay, welcome, Tina.
Thank you. Bye.
Were there any comments from conceptual review that need to be shared before you start?
Yeah, this is Tina. I can go ahead and read the minutes if you'd like.
That would be great.
Okay, let me get that. So I have nice example of this architectural style. Board expressed concern regarding the prominence of the project and appreciates the fact that the home is nestled in. Board suggests use of a darker color. Consider a darker color to be more recessive. Look at the overall color palette. That's it.
All right, thank you. So Tony, if you would like to start your presentation.
I'd like to, there's a prompt here that says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So I'm trying to get the video to work here.
Sorry, I'm the co-host. Let me try and remove you and then put you back on.
Okay, great. All right.
Thank you.
I don't know quite what that means, but I imagine you can still hear me. Is that right?
Yeah, we can still hear you. I just tried to make you a co-host now, so you can probably try and share your screen.
There we go. I'm back on. Sure. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to confirm whether Cass Enberg had joined the meeting. I know she was planning on being back about 11:30. Is that?
I don't believe Cass is on. Cass, if you are, if you have rejoined the meeting, please let us know.
Yeah, the reason that I was asking is she had some very favorable comments regarding the architecture specifically. So I'll continue just with a brief overview. This is our site plan and our current set of documents that were submitted. So we're well along with detailing, grading, all aspects of the project. There was a comment about prominence. I just thought I'd briefly share our grading plan that we've nestled in even further. You can see that we've cut across for a nice level pad. on this property. There's about a 5-foot change in elevation here into this current hillside. It's a gentle hillside, but it'll help to nestle this gaming or bocce area here on the far right-hand side. I'll move through these, just more of the grading details. Erosion control, for those that may be concerned about any sort of erosion control. All of these measures have been implemented. Electrical site plans for the utilities and so forth are well along. We've submitted to PG&E, so that should be fairly imminent. Here's our current floor plan with various details and callouts, sections, and so forth. Reflected ceiling plan. We've got some exposed beams, covered outdoor areas. This is our roof plan with the with particular details for clay tile roof. You can see how we plan to emulate traditional Spanish colonial style roof with the 2-piece clay tile. Door and window details, which are very important for this style of architecture. So we're going to do a lot of bull-nosed edges into our doors and windows without the use of any heavy trim. And so as a result of that, many of these details, we've just used a legend to kind of call out whether it's the jamb, the sill in this case, or the header. With our deepened openings, we'd have this sort of a sill condition. Door and window schedule. Our elevations, current color board or materials selections. We're using a series of keynotes again for the detailing, whether it's roof details, the roof, or the fenestration. Here's various sections and how they might relate to the adjacent site, pool areas and steps here in this case. We've purposely gone to a single story just to keep the profile of the roof line and so forth as low as possible. And, if I go back to previous site sections, we'd also cut 3 to 4 feet off the top of this hillside, again, to nestle and get within the hillside review and maximum building heights. Details for our chimneys and fireplaces here as they relate to the structure. Full-on electrical plan, our lighting, shielded lighting detail for the building. Various county details for high fire. We are high fire. And then our landscape plan. As you can see, it incorporates this ridge, if you will, nestles in. Plenty of landscape to create some privacy both for the owner and enhance the property for our neighbors. So we've got some tree mitigation that we're going to be incorporating with 3 brand new oak trees here, adjacent neighbor, trying to respect their privacy as well. Just a close-up look of the various areas, seating area here for now. There may be plans for a future structure. We just want to move forward with a nice amenity here for gathering and friends and family. Here's our plant palette. For the most part, drought tolerant, several native species and planting materials here. Here's our water usage counts, which, with drought tolerant should be fairly moderate. I've got some photos that I know were submitted to our planner, Hugo Augusto, and so I'd like to share those. We've strived to keep this low profile. These are adjacent to properties along Dove Meadow, which have a lighter color scheme to them. We believe that with some of the compliments that were made to the Spanish colonial that we presented, that white really is the way to go, or a light color, so that it pulls from the traditional Spanish styling. So just wanted to share these photos from adjacent properties. Entranceway of white, along with the trees. We'll have plenty of landscape and tree coverage. Another fine example of a tastefully done white with incorporated with trees. It looks as this may be a either an olive tree and pepper trees. So just want that for consideration as we look through these elevations. But I can't iterate enough that we've got some great positive support from the neighbors. The owners made it an effort, although she lives in the LA area, has come up on quite a few trips to be really social with neighbors. And I think if any of them are here for public comment, that would be terrific. But, you know, such as trying to be within the character of the neighborhood. I'll return back to the elevations and see if Puck, if there are any other comments from the board members.
All right, I'd like to hear comments from the board, or are there questions first from anyone?
I have a question. For exterior landscape lighting, I don't think we saw that.
Let's head back to the landscape.
Thank you, Robin.
What we have discussed is to keep it low key with simple path lighting. Let's see, we're working with local landscape architect Bethany Clough, and she's well aware of what the board would like to see, but I can say that we wanted to keep it low key. There'd be simple path lightings across this entrance to the path, and maybe some just low key ambient lighting around the driveway. And then to return back to my lighting fixture for the exterior, knowing that we have the nighttime sky ordinance, this is our selected fixture for the building proper.
Tony, are those lights only at areas that are required by code, or
Yes. Yeah,
are there
good
additional lights?
No, good point. So, well, with the exception of the garage here, right? But any of the others, doors that exit or egress and so forth, along with the required stoop, we do have a light fixture at each one of those locations.
Okay, but just one.
Just one, yes.
Okay. I'm sort of seeing
Yeah,
that.
so as I go through, I'm sorry, I know it's probably a little fast, but if you follow my cursor here, one light,
Yeah.
one light, one light at this door here.
Yeah.
And, yeah, then on around. And then these were the sort of low-level lights that we had anticipated from, at least from the architectural side. We'll work with Bethany on a subtle low-level lighting for just path lighting.
So those are your path lights.
Well, at the entry,
Yeah.
I don't have a clearly defined pathway lighting scheme at this point.
Okay, I think since you do intend to have landscape lighting, you'll have to come back with that, but that could be final on consent. I don't think that would slow you down.
Okay, that sounds great.
I'm just speaking for myself. I'd like to hear from the rest of the board on that. It's here for preliminary final, but I think we have a track record of requiring landscape lighting, if there is going to be any, to be part of the final package. So I'd like to remain consistent with applicants. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I agree. That sounds good.
You agree with final on consent?
Yeah, so would someone like to, are there any further comments or questions from anyone else on the board? Otherwise, I'll call for a motion. Hearing no questions or comments, would one of the board members like to make a motion for preliminary with final on consent?
I'll make a motion for preliminary with final on consent.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Puck,
Yes.
this is Cass. I'm back and I missed the presentation. So unless you need my vote for quorum, I think it's best for me to just abstain since I didn't get to see the whole presentation.
I agree. Thank you. And thank you for letting us know that you're here. There, just one other item. Does anyone have any comments on the color? I believe it is slightly darker. Is that correct, Tony?
Yeah, so we had originally presented the dove color, and quite frankly, it would be great with this style of architecture and the compliments that have been granted that if we could lean to actually more of a white color. But at this point, it's been called out as this dove, which is a muted beige color.
I think that's fine. Anyone else have any comments? I think the applicant has responded to our request for a step down color. And
Oh, Puck, you're saying that the dove color is okay?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, that is okay. I agree.
All right. We have a motion on the floor and I heard a couple votes. I just need a few more. Could we take the vote for preliminary with final on consent again?
Aye.
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 Aye, thank you. The motion carries, and thank you, Tony, for the excellent presentation.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much for all your comments. Appreciate it.
And we'll see you on consent.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, would somebody like to let Bethany know that she's back on board? I could start.
Madam Chair, so can we just take a short break? So I know that when I demoted Bethany, I think she kind of got kicked out of the meeting. So give her a minute to come back. So, but the next item number 5, we dropped as part of the agenda status report.
Oh, right.
So I want to get Bethany back on board, and then we should probably decide what the CBAR wants to do in terms of like either moving forward or taking a break, because we're nearing the lunch hour. So I look to you to decide what to do, but let's try to see if we can get Bethany back.
Okay.
This is Tina. Can I ask who seconded that last motion? Sorry.
I believe Alan did.
Thank you so much.
Board, what is your pleasure? We have, now that item 5 has dropped, we have 2 more, 1 more.
Could I suggest, I would suggest we take like a 15-minute break and get Bethany back and such, and then come back and just power through. But if others want to do something different, I am flexible.
No, I agree with that.
I do too. Lowell, Robin, are you okay with that?
Yes.
I'm considering Midland School is probably going to take us some time. I think we should take a little break.
Yeah, 15-minute break right now, starting at basically 11:45, and we'll start right at noon or 12:02, but 15 minutes is it.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Are we back?
Hi, yes, we're back.
Hello there, Talon.
Okay.
I'm here. I didn't hear Robin or Puck.
I'm here.
Okay. We got Lowell.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I'm here.
I forgot to. I'm like talking away and nobody's hearing me.
What's your point?
Situation normal. Okay.
Computer's still not working.
What's that?
Computer's still not working.
Oh no, they let me back in as soon as everybody had left. Okay, so let's see. Item number 5 was continued, so that leaves 6 and 7. Item 6 is 21 bar 263 McDonald single family dwelling. And Tina, Nicole had the comments. They were on the last agenda.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have the edited version that you guys changed today, but I can read what was previously.
It won't do you any good because we need the version that Nicole had typed up.
Yeah. Okay. I can see if she's available to send that to me. Hang tight.
Okay.
And Mr. Ben McDonald, will you be the one presenting today?
Yes, I'm here, and yes, I will present.
Okay. And I gave.
Why don't you go ahead and get that set up?
Gotcha.
Would you like me to share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead and work with Jonathan on that. He'll get you set up. Go ahead and try and do that. There you go.
Okay, cool. Here we are.
Now,
I know I heard you were making revisions to the comments. These, I do have a slide of what the preliminary comments were from the previous meeting.
well, we call them draft.
Right. These are the draft comments, just sort of summarized.
Tina, are you having any luck?
Yeah, no, I'm probably not going to be able to get those. I don't know if Nicole was out for the rest of the day. So I'm really sorry about that.
For future reference, if you guys are going to switch, make sure you've got the comments.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let me take a stab at some of what we did, and then this is just a complete stab based on what's here. The gist of our comment about the one there, prominence, was given its location and everything, we wanted it to be wanted the buildings to be lower, not as prominent, and to not appear as large and kind of tall as they did, or as large. And we wanted it to be more in character with the rural character of the family, of the surroundings in the neighborhood, and given its location on the hillside. We talked about using native plantings, which I don't think we changed very much. We talked about, it wasn't so much, I think what part of that was reflectivity and some other issues, but just a restudy of the materials, and of course, eliminate the uplighting. So what I'm going to do, Mr. McDonald, is I'm going to ask you to please go through your presentation. And then I will, when we check for public comment, I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions about your presentation. Then we'll handle public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for our deliberations. All right.
Sounds great. Thank
Oh,
you.
and I'll add that the reason we didn't have a site visit, which was one of the other comments that you're not showing here, the reason we didn't have a site visit was because you elected to return with some updated and somewhat altered drawings, and it didn't make sense to perhaps have a requirement to story pole twice. So since the design has changed, you're back here to show us an improved design, and then we may could come back to the issue of the story poles and the site visit at a later date. So go ahead and take it away.
Sounds good. I think that if Adam Orta, our planner, is here, he had a couple of quick comments before I got started. Adam, are you on?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thanks, Ben. Yeah, just to give the board a little bit more context, Ben had been working with our counter staff and I pretty early on in the process. Just there's some particular issues with access to the site that has been resolved, and Ben did a great job in doing his due diligence on working with our fire department to kind of understand the site and the location constraints. He worked pretty closely after the initial meeting for his conceptual review to work closely with us to figure out ways where he can resolve kind of the height concerns that the board had made known. And Ben could probably talk to more about the height as he gets on in his presentation and how he was able to address those concerns. Ben's already met with special problems, and most of the issues that are on site have been resolved as far as access, site design, coordinating with public works and fire. Yeah, I just want to briefly touch base on that, just to give a little bit more context of not just what the design aspect of it, but just the larger kind of site planning that Ben has worked with us, and not only just with P&D, but with the other county departments and local agencies. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you, Adam, and members of the board. I'll just jump in here. So some of these slides you've seen before in terms of just sort of our overall approach to the project. You've seen this slide. What I didn't show before were precedents to kind of describe the feel and the character that we're after. We're particularly drawn to sort of agrarian structures like the barn shown here. And we think that what sticks out is in terms of the power of these is a very simple building form and a very consistent use of materials. And we think that that's really in character with the area of Los Alamos. And you can see that applied to the concept of a home on the image to the right. And this is sort of similar to the look we're after of tall annual grasses and a home. And we've definitely taken your comments about landscape and vegetation, and we're kind of excited to show you some trees that we've added to the site. At the bottom here are some precedent images of this gap that we're proposing between two sides of the house, and the way that really weaves the landscape back and forth between both sides of the home. Also a precedent of the single pitch roof we have and the natural light effect that we're after with the high clerestories on the north side balanced with the southern sun on the other side. This is sort of the mood that we're after on the interior of the building. On the upper right, we have a courtyard shot here, which is actually very similar to what the feel of our lower courtyard on the west side of the house will feel like. And then some images of how rich and textured Corten panels are, that is quite similar to what we're proposing for the primary cladding of the house. And then I essentially have a slide or multiple slides dedicated to each of the comments that was brought up from last time. And I really appreciate everyone's feedback, and it's definitely caused us to consider some things that we hadn't before, and we feel like it's becoming a richer project because of that. So, and I'm trying to show sort of the previous, what you saw previously and the revision here in tandem. For the main image, here you can see, so in red is what we showed previously. In the orange top line is the height limit that we're dealing with of 25 feet. So we were compliant before, but getting a little bit close. I think the big move that we've made is we've essentially shoved the main house volume down into the site, approximately 18 inches. That has also lowered the garage roof to match, because the relationship between the main house and the garage are quite important to us. And that actually has had a benefit to our cut fill calculations quite significantly. I didn't really expect that, and we're quite happy about that. And it sort of also enriched the path to the main house from the drive. It essentially forced us to add this subtle ramped entry down to the level of the main house deck. We could not move the driveway level because those slopes are quite sensitive to marrying with the existing private road. But this has sort of allowed the whole house to, in a net effect, to feel more embedded into the site. And this is sort of a before and after view from the south. I have tweaked the perspective of the new image to be a little bit more oriented to that sight line that's similar to what you would see from the town park, or when you're closer, like near the fire station. And a few things are happening in this view. One, not only the lowering of the house, you can see the addition of the trees, which I'll get to in the landscape plan. But also you can kind of see previously the whole lower level was a very light rendered stucco over that finished material. We've significantly darkened that in this proposal to try to make this house recede a bit more. And this shows up, I think, in the next slide, but you can see on the eastern side of the house, we've actually brought the Corten wall cladding all the way down full height. Whereas before, it was sort of a clear line between the levels, which contributed to the upper level feeling very sort of having a modern floating effect. And you can see the difference when you're looking at the east elevation a little bit more dramatically. So previously, that upper level had that floating feel. It was floating over this like exposed concrete base. We decided that if we extend the Corten paneling down, it really makes the house feel more anchored. And we're pretty excited about the sort of look and feel of this. And you can see an addition of a tree on this elevation that we've added as well. In response to the how the project fits into the character of the town, I think that the spirit of what we're doing is really reflected in some elements that are happening in the town in terms of its structural expression and simplicity. This is a shot of the town library on the left, and its post and beam, quite modern leaning architecture, and the very practical use of materials, the kind of no nonsense use of materials that go on in town. This is, the shed building along the town park. There's of course the depot that has a very similar sort of raw use of very durable materials. In terms of the Corten, the town park actually has a great precedent of a weathered steel fence. And then we actually really think that part of the charm of the Union Hotel, while it's all wood clad, the richness and the sort of aging character of that wood is quite similar to the Corten we're providing, which also has that same sort of earthy, weathered feel. In terms of the landscape, so we had presented this very, basically non-existent landscape plan previously, just keeping the existing trees, but we have definitely added trees that you've seen in those previous views. And I think this softens the look of the house, both from the public's perspective, and we feel actually quite happy with the degree of privacy it gives the house itself. And so there are a couple trees added to the north elevation to give some privacy from the private road. One tree on the east elevation that you just saw, and then sort of a scattering of trees to the south. And we are preserving, hopefully, a tree in the courtyard here, which we'd like to be a productive fruit tree, still kind of considering what species that could be. And this is the actual landscape plan where I've called out the species of the tree. So these are two Howard McMinn manzanitas on the north facade that are located on either side of the existing tree. We are proposing the deciduous almond tree on that east elevation. We're really enchanted the way the almond tree blooms as an early sign of spring. And to the south, though, these are all olive trees, productive, but evergreen. So this is we have 2 mission olives proposed in the Arbequina, and that's the courtyard tree in the middle that honestly we're still sort of thinking about. Another of the comments from last time was to consider more textured surfaces. I think some of that came from the exposed concrete that we had previously, which is now pretty much non-existent. But materiality and texture is super important. And I think this slide describes sort of the layers of texture that will be involved with the cladding of the house in the weathered steel panel. So one layer is the layout of the joints, and which I've started to develop and is shown a little bit more clearly on just the straight elevations. A second layer of detail that adds shadow to this facade treatment is frames on all the windows and openings. And also going on the north elevation, we actually have, I didn't bring that up on the east elevation, but we removed the deck that used to be on the east elevation and moved the entry to that ADU to this north facade, and have created an overhang out of the same weathered steel, which adds sort of nice relief to this elevation. We removed that deck actually primarily because we've sort of forgotten about the noise exposure to Highway 101, which that face is directly communicates with some of that highway noise. You can see some of the trees that have been added. We've changed the way the site steps sort of integrate. We want them to integrate very naturally with the grass, which sort of blurs the line. But as you go from the natural grass to the house, and you can see on this east elevation, the weather panels going all the way down to grade level. On the right here is just a sort of a sampling of the textures going on site. This is the trunk of the existing sort of lone tree on the property. You can just see that along with the grasses, how well that ties into the character of the weathered steel. On the north facade, there was some talk last time about considering roof overhangs to add a layer of shadow. I definitely looked at that. I think what was difficult was for us, the relationship between the garage structure and the main house structure, that's sort of our hinge point where we have that gap moment. It was very difficult to resolve roof overhangs where those corners of the buildings came together. And so we'd like to be much more kind of minimal in the way we treat that overhang, but nonetheless, like where the wall meets the roof is a very important detail. And I've gotten into some of the ways that shadow lines in that flashing can sort of accentuate and add a little bit of relief to that moment. I'm also really excited the way that this flashing detail actually reveals the ridges of the standing seam roof and the sort of that level of detail that would be visible of the top of that facade. In terms of lighting, we've completely eliminated the uplighting that I had previously. So now the total number of fixtures is reduced to 3. This is kind of a view of on the north side boardwalk of seeing a wall sconce and some of the landscape stake lights. And we've kept the bollards that are on the driveway on the garage elevation. So that sort of summarizes the response that we've made. I wanted to show you, and I added a site section through the garage structure. I had the main house previously, but these show quite clearly in context the way these structures are sitting now significantly below the 25-foot height limit. The garage averages about 8 feet below the height limit, and the main house averages about 3.5 feet below the height limit. And I have updated sort of perspective views here. And I think that rounds out where we've ended up, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Can you show us your elevations?
Sure.
Our set does not contain the south or west elevation, just like last time.
Are you serious?
Yep.
That's so weird. It's I don't know why those are dropping out. It's are you using, yeah, anyway, I'm using preview as a PDF reader here. I apologize for that. I have no idea what is causing that.
I think that when you return, you might consider pulling the elevations off one on to a page. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know, but have Adam open them and verify that the elevations are all there, because
yeah, for sure.
Madam Chair, I'm going to confirm right now that the set that was submitted to the board is what Ben is showing right here, just to make sure it's not a technical error we're getting here.
I'm looking at them.
Okay.
It's
well,
a weird.
Confirm, double check.
Yeah, it has something to do with the PDF software, I think. But I can definitely test that with Adam for future submissions.
Because I've got everything except the actual elevation itself. I've got all the dimensions and the call outs and even the pictures on the lower left, but the elevation itself is not there.
Well, I'll save it as an image or something just to avoid that. Yeah, it's some weird glitch. Is that showing up for you, Adam?
I'm opening up to confirm right now, Ben.
Okay. While he's doing that, Jonathan, can you please check to see if we have any public comment? And while you go ahead and make your announcement, and then while we're doing that, board, if you get ready for any questions you might have.
Yes, it seems we have 2 people ready for public comment.
Okay, let me check my board. Anybody else have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay. Everybody else is.
No questions from me.
Okay, Cass?
I have questions, yes.
Okay.
Do you have thank you for this, and do you have a view from below, from the town? I believe you had one last time. So I was wondering if you have that view from below.
This is the same exact perspective. I just didn't update the collage with the view from the town park or the fire station area, but this is the same exact perspective. So that's the best I have in this presentation. So what you're not seeing here is if you're standing near the corner of the town park that's most visible, what you're not seeing is the existing vegetation of the San Antonio Creek bed. But yeah, this is the perspective, if that helps.
Okay. And then could I see the picture that you showed that had the barn? You were showing us some images at the very beginning that showed the barn. Yes. Okay. And what else? I think that's all I have questions I have at the moment.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, if you could run through the actual placement of the fixtures,
Absolutely.
your lighting, you've got them shown on your elevations, towards the end of the document. And then if you could show us the grading plan, that'd be great too.
Oh, sure. In terms of, well, maybe the plan's the easiest to read for the lighting fixtures. So the landscape lights are shown in the red open circles. So we have 4 along our boardwalk entry at this upper level. The 3 bollards are happening only occur right in front of the garage openings. And then the blue symbol is for the sconces. So we have one at the entry to the ADU, the entry doors in the middle of the open passage, and 2 on the south side upper deck. At the lower level, we have 2 wall sconces happening, one at the bottom of the stairs, one between the openings of the lower level of the garage, 1 sconce at the entry to the lower level in the middle, and then again 4 of the landscape lights along the path on the south side of the house. In total, I reduced the number of light fixtures by 4. We used to have like 26. Now we have 22 light fixtures.
Okay, and then towards the bottom, I think there was a grading plan.
Oh, sure. I have not. So this is our grading plan. It has not been updated. I did not have my civil engineer update this. So this
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
But it's probably reasonably similar, I would guess.
Right. All that happens is the house lowers. It actually eases some of these slopes from this version.
Okay. Any other questions, board? Okay. Jonathan, you want to go ahead and call each of the public comments? And before you do that, I just asked that members of the public who are commenting, if you could make your comments direct towards our purview. So you're looking at kind of how the style and everything, site planning, kind of what we loosely group as aesthetic kinds of things, including the lighting and grading and those types of things. It's your 3 minutes, use them how you like them, but it's most helpful to us if you stay within our purview. So go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay, I have Michael and Nicola. You are unmuted and you are ready to speak.
Hi there. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I think things have been pretty clearly defined. I did want to comment that I think the improved plan is exactly that. It is vastly improved. It's quite stunning from somebody who lives in town and would see it every day. I did hear one mention of the fact that the access had been handled or solved. I was curious about how that had been done. Other than that, and I did seem to see that I was seeing all the elevations, by the way, on my screen. So I was curious.
Yeah, it's a difference between, it's not a difference. It wasn't a problem with what he was showing on his screen. Everybody saw the elevations. It was a question of what had been submitted and was available
Okay.
as for public. That's all. Thank you, though.
Other than that, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Christina Batista.
That's my wife. I don't think she has any comments unless she wants to say how bad the design is.
Well, hopefully she's not going to throw you under the bus.
Not. She loved it, but I am definitely biased.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to respond to the fire comment? The road comment?
He said he was glad to hear that it had been sorted out. So.
Oh, he was asking what what that meant.
Oh, if you want to go to a plan and show us real quick, sure.
Well, essentially, the issue was that the existing private road had some existing deficiencies in its design, primarily in terms of the well, we're not even seeing the full length of the road, but the entire road for the private development was deficient in terms of width and turnaround. And so those stipulations are, a part of our project to correct those. So that was the nature of the coordination with the fire department.
All right, sounds like a plan. All right, so let's go to the board's deliberation. Who wants to go first? Cass, you want to go first?
I don't have to go first. I'm happy to let someone else go first.
Well, I've been picking on Puck all day, so, and you were unmuted, so.
Oh, okay, well, sure, I'll go first then.
Okay.
First of all, again, thank you very much. And I think that there's been many improvements, and I think it, as you said yourself, are there two things going on here? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Somebody else has an open mic and was talking, that's all.
Okay, all right. So I do think that that there have been some great improvements, and as we know, and I know myself being an architect, the more you get into it, the more you go back into it and really, really, dig in, the better it gets. So it can only get better and better every time you really are critical. I would like to see the view from the town and really see how that looks, from further away, not just this view, but the other view that you had before.
And without your new proposed planting in that simulation.
Okay, so that would be these views is where
right.
This view here is where I had collaged in the house. So I can add that.
Yes.
Right.
But don't show the trees is what you're saying?
Please, or just dot them in.
I'd like to see both of them,
Okay.
without and with, or maybe a dotted as Bethany is saying, maybe just dot them in, because I think that those are a nice addition for some screening and sort of blending into the site. I really appreciate the barn inspiration. I'm not convinced that, I think there's more that you could get from that. I think the texture and the proportions of the barn are very, very different than what you have. The roof, the texture on the wood is very, very different. So I think you maybe want to, I love how the grass in the foreground, and then how it almost looks like how you've done your windows there on this particular photograph on the upper right. So I think you could, get more from that, perhaps. I think your building, I think, feels very. I love the steel. I don't know if you've even considered or thought about it. You showed the corrugated steel in a number of your images. I don't know if you considered that, or if that would just be really difficult, but it certainly would give a wonderful texture. I think that the way it's coming across, it feels very institutional and kind of a bit, well, I'll just leave that at that. But I think a more human scale, the breezeway section between the two buildings feels really, really tall to me. And I'm wondering just how that really will feel in the space. And then of course, how it looks, which is what we're really all about here today. I also feel that the boardwalk, that you might want to consider the possibility of a cantilevered or somehow a steel lid over that boardwalk, which would really make it be quite functional and usable, and would help to sort of soften that hard edge. So, and I do really like how you've done the windows and added that framing around, and I do like that this awning. So that's what I was suggesting, maybe something like that along the entire breezeway might be something you want to take a look at, just in terms of not just the look, but just the functionality. So just trying to, I mean, how you can sort of bring it down to a more human scale a little bit. And I hope that those are some comments that could help you, but I think it is moving in a really good direction.
All right, Puck.
I I agree with Cass that I think you heard what we were saying, and I appreciate that you have lowered the building slightly. I do feel that the flat panels, whether it's Corten or some of those sort of European manufactured panels, they just have a flatness to them. I mean, I don't know how to describe it, that doesn't to me relate to like the barn or more agrarian imagery. I think it's a beautiful composition, and I don't know if you think that, you know, introducing a texture into the steel or form into the steel would distract from your composition, but I think it would be something worth exploring, as many older agrarian buildings do have corrugated sides. One of the more historic buildings in Los Olivos, but a lot of other little towns too, had corrugated siding. And so I think that would be an interesting approach. And maybe it's only part of it. I don't know. I know you've spent a lot of time on these compositions, so I don't want to start just taking them apart. I do appreciate that the stucco or plaster is a much darker color. I think that the idea of really pulling down into the landscape rather than floating up above is a really good direction conceptually. And as far as the landscape goes, it's kind of sweet. These little orchard gestures kind of floating around the house. I think that's a very personal choice. As I think the board has alluded to, we don't consider landscape as visual mitigation for a building. A building has to stand on its own in the landscape, but you might want to consider maybe a few native trees, and then focusing your orchard trees as on other parts of the site development. But those are my only main comments. Thank you.
Okay, Alan.
No, I think you guys have covered it. I like the changes they've made. That's it.
Robin.
A good presentation. Thank you. Very clear. I think it seems institutional to me too. And I'd like to see it brought down to human scale, as Cass said. And the landscaping, I think that is a personal taste, but I think the big thing, living where we live and it's getting so hot, is there really needs to be more shade elements. And of course, that's a personal thing, but it's something I think you should consider. And that's it for me.
Okay, Lowell.
I'm going to say that I really appreciate the presentation. I think I'm looking at this house for what it is, and it's it's a statement of architecture. And whether it's flat steel or corrugated steel, I don't think that's the point here. I think it's a architectural vision, and I like pretty much everything about it. So if you had corrugated steel, what are you going to see that's different than the flat steel from the distances that this house would be viewable? And so you're going to have maybe a little more shadow in certain times of the day, or so it's going to look a little darker, or could look a little lighter. So I don't think that's something that bothers me. I think the flat steel is fine. It's going to look rust color no matter what. So I appreciate the trees that have been, envisioned around it. I think that would help solve maybe several of the comments by making this house look like it's more anchored into a landscape than sitting on a knoll. So I think that wraps up my comments.
Okay. Thanks, Lowell. I think everybody's pretty much hit the comments. Nice, well thought out presentation, and nicely tailored towards the comments and everything else. I would echo Cass's request for the simulations, but and that may be why I'm feeling like I need to go out and look. And so I'd like to come back to the board in a second and talk about that. Your selection, your choice of the olives and everything else, it is a very personal thing. And of course you're contending with fire. And I noticed in the plans, you had a circulation plan to allow firefighters to defend all the way around the building. So it's obvious that you're taking those things into account. I think that might in fact help, because we really wasn't touched on in the presentation. And I appreciate the significance of it. We've been here, it's been taking a long day. But as far as your landscape, I can understand what you're doing. I'm looking at the landscape plan, which is I think the 21st sheet in the set A1.20. Yep, that's the one. And you've got the majority is existing grassland. You've got some hydroseeding, potentially with drip irrigation, temporary. You got concrete decking and gravel, and then some block paving. And with all of those hardscapes and the fact that metal in and of itself is, the albedo is not as much because it's not so much that it's a dark color, but just the fact that it's metal, it's going to be hot. And I would encourage you, as did everybody else, to really think about how you want to do that, whether you decide to run a cover all the way along, or whether you do portions of it that are covered on that south side, or whether you don't do any cover at all and you look to some more landscape. However it is you choose to approach it, it's just a livability issue. Again, as everybody else has said, it doesn't really, it's not a deal breaker. So it's not something that we're going to go, no, you can't do that, you have to have shade. But I think as you've lived there for a while, I think you might appreciate having some of that as an amenity, just to increase your livability, so that you can be out in those spaces and experience that nice grassland. Yeah, I can see that on there. You've got some covers, but it's really getting that really nice shade on the back side of the building, so that when you're in those spaces, any of those walls that are struck by the sun and any of the heat you get off of it, it's that kind of a thing. But like I said, not a deal breaker. I think everybody else has talked about the landscape. They've talked about the livability. Your planting palette is very much up to you. You will need to provide, by the time you get to building and safety, you're going to need, your willow calculations and those kinds of things. It's not something we need to see right now, certainly. but I expect you'd probably have it by the time you get to your final. And then I'd like to ask the board, is anybody else interested or desirous of doing a site visit with or without story poles?
I would be, yes, this is Cass.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, Robin.
Okay. Well, with the three of us, that's kind of that's a quorum. Anybody directly opposed to doing a site visit as part of the meeting?
No.
Okay. Alan?
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, so I think it would be handy to have a site visit the next time we review this. And I think for my own self, I think it would help me to stand in the park and look up there and with the visual simulation in hand, as well as stand on site and see what's going on. And I would ask that you at least have some rudimentary staking to show where the house would be sitting on site, so we can get an idea of what you're doing. If I don't know that you need to go to the extent of story poles, but one of them to help us find the site from the park might be nice. But again, that's up to you. I don't think it's a requirement, and I certainly wouldn't suggest that you do a plan. But it would be nice if you could stake the footprints. Essentially, you got what, 12 corners there, basically. I'm still on the landscape plan, sorry. So I'm adding the 4 that would be that passage, so we get an idea of the footprint.
Sorry. Yeah.
21. That one. Oh, you've got them in a different order. Okay.
I added the sheet, so it was next to this one. Could I just so I have staked the site. I have some photos from when I did that. Could I just send them to you to see if they're at all helpful?
I really think that at this point that we really need to do an in-person. I think it's actually, along the lines of a picture is worth 1,000 words, maybe a site visit is worth 10,000.
Sure.
I think it would help us to feel, it would give me a grounding that will allow me to, push this through indubitably more faster, because with the photographs, we get an idea, but it's different than being surrounded by it on, 360 degrees. So I think it's time. I think so. The next time we'd like to see you do that. Board, how would we like to see him return?
Madam Chair, before we ask the board on how the applicant should return, can I just make a quick comment, please?
Sure, Adam.
Yeah, so just going back to your concern about the south elevation on the PDFs that the applicant submitted, specifically A2.00. So that's just for the record, that's that no fault to the applicant. It does look like when it was uploaded to Box that the visual of the actual house itself was not showing. I don't know if that's still an issue.
The next time you upload a set, why don't you get Mr. McDonald to break out just the 2 elevation sheets separately and give them to you that way, and then you can open them before you put them in Box and see if they or open them after you've put them in Box and see if that takes it apart, because it'd be, I know it's handy to have it as one document, one PDF, but if that's what it takes, so that there isn't this flaw, because third time's a charm, guys. We certainly can figure this out, right? And I appreciate it, Adam, for you going and taking a look.
My pleasure. Thanks.
So, but it really would make us look really dumb if we can't get this to work on the third time. So, and I don't know about the rest of you, but I hate looking like an idiot. So, so we can get that. I think we'll schedule a site visit. I think the way, I I don't know. Jonathan, is David hanging around or has he stepped out?
I'm still here.
Okay, David. What's our protocol? Would we be going up there and being on site at like 8 or something and then coming back 9:30 or whatever to start the meeting? Is that how we want to work this?
I think so. That's how we had originally had this meeting set up before
Okay.
it was made clear that there would be project changes to this one. So I think so. We'll mock it up, when this project is scheduled to come back, and then we'll work with the chair to kind of
Okay.
finesse details.
All right. So with that in mind, board, you all caught that time frame? It would be like an 8 a.m. site visit for all of us at the same time.
That might be a little stretch for me, unless I were able to go somewhere up in the valley for me to get back to my computer.
Okay. I tell you what, why don't you you can email me what your travel times are.
Okay.
And, but if you can make the 8 a.m., we will set the start of the hearing back when everybody's on Zoom.
Yeah.
We'll make sure to accommodate it. I think I'd put 45 minutes in for the return.
Okay.
So
I'll email you about that, and then we'll.
okay.
Work it out. Okay.
And
Good.
everybody else looking like they could, if everybody else can tell me how long it would take them, just email me, nobody else, just email me what your travel time would be from Los Alamos back to wherever you need to be to participate in the Zoom hearing. Then I'll know how to coordinate with David when we set up the schedule for the agenda. If everybody
Okay.
can make the 8.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get Bob's Wellbread to open up at 7:45.
Good idea, Lowell. That's between you and Bob.
Could I add
Yes.
2 very quick things?
Yep.
First, regarding your site visit, it is a private road with a gated
Yes.
entry. Do you prefer the applicant's presence during that site visit, or
It would be handy, or at least
require it?
somebody. No, I don't require it. If you can provide hearing support or the planner, ideally the planner, if you can provide them with any gate code required, and we will make sure that the way this works is we'll all be there, and the board, all the people who are members of the board, the BAR, who are going to attend that hearing that day will be on the site visit, but it's also open to members of the public. So Mr. Nicola could also come by, and the purpose is that any member of the public who attends the site visit sees the same thing that the board sees. Okay, so that we
Okay.
have parity. And just for your information, and the reason why your presence would not be required is that there are no deliberations taken on site. It is solely fact finding. So while we might ask you a few questions, like, oh, is that stake this one on the plan? That kind of thing. Mostly what we do is we do our own thing. We look at it from viewing places that are public. We maybe drive around a little bit, and then we all scatter to the winds and go back to our respective places wherever we are to participate in the hearing. And
Understood.
but it has to be open to the public.
Okay, cool, understood. And when you say stakes, do you mean like a couple feet of wood stake? Do you want lines strung between the stakes?
Anything that's helpful to us
Okay.
that will depict, and I would, as is what's showing here, I depict these 3 separate boxes. I mean, you could string across but if you stake where that pass through is, that would be wonderful.
Great. And then the second thing I wanted to say, just because I had never explicitly said it before, this project is in a very high fire zone. And I just want to say that's a huge reason why we're doing non-combustible cladding. It's also a huge reason why the house is sort of away from that existing San Antonio creek bed. If anything is going to be a hazard, it's the creek bed lighting on fire. So I just want to say that, just to clear it up, that is a very important reason why the house is where it is and why we're cladding it with.
Well, when you
landscape
do your landscape plan, the next iteration, when you're calling out, the different olives and the Howard McMahon and those kinds of things, and your areas where you're hydroseeding and where you're leaving it natural and whatever. If you want to show on that plan the fire route and kind of what the reasons why you've got it, essentially you're showing your fire plan. That's the picture worth 1,000 words kind of thing, and that'll get it across to us.
Sure, just want to mention that. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I think that does it for us. We'd like to see you come back preliminary and with a site visit, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much. Item number 7.
Oh, you don't take a vote on that?
No, this is conceptual review.
I
So
see,
there
okay.
is no action taken.
Okay,
Sorry.
just curious. Okay.
No, we didn't forget it.
Okay.
Promise.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate everyone.
Take care. Item 7, 21 bar.
Bethany?
Yes.
Bethany, it says preliminary final.
For
Yeah,
him
Madam
today.
Chair, this
What it
was
says on the
brought
agenda.
conceptual.
Well, we talked about how we wanted him to come back. Do we want to take a preliminary action today, or is everybody ready to take a preliminary action?
No.
Yeah, see, I don't think we're ready to take the preliminary action, Robin. Did you want to make a motion?
No, I just wanted you just to make sure that you were aware that that's what it was.
Yes, I was
Yeah.
aware. That's why I said,
Okay.
what do we want to do?
Okay.
And I think what we're doing is continuing it. I could ask David. David, do you need, because he's agendized for preliminary final, do you want us to continue him to the next time? Do you want an action?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay, sorry, Jonathan has the control, so I had to ask. Sorry. I don't think it's necessary.
We don't usually, but
No, I mean, because I'm not sure, like, if it was the applicant's intent to come back, or if we know when he's going to be ready to come back.
yeah, he can come back for the same thing he was on today, preliminary final.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, in terms of
Yeah.
time.
Okay,
So I think it's fine just to leave it as it is.
all right. Okay.
Could I clarify? Does this mean I'm moving on to preliminary? I've passed conceptual, or just?
Yes, I think we are not ready to take a preliminary action today, but we are anticipating it based on the changes you've made. We would anticipate doing so at the next hearing. So yes, you've made progress.
But it has not, but we're still in,
Preliminary.
yeah.
I'm now in preliminary. Yeah, understood. Awesome.
Okay,
I got it. Thank you so much.
no worries. Always good to be clear. Okay, so I'm going to finish calling item number 7, 21 bar 102 Midland School. Jonathan, why don't you get the applicant's representative set up with screen sharing?
Yes, we have 3 people from the applicant's team. Who will be presenting today?
Hi,
Adam
everyone. This
Sharkey.
is Adam Sharkey with Blackbird Architects. I'll be presenting. Christopher Barnes will also be saying some words, but screen sharing will be through me, I believe, unless Christopher has anything to put up.
Okay. The only thing I need to let you know is that I have 2 documents that were submitted, aerial photos for CUPA submittal and Midland Upper Yard C-Bar 220128 RS. And so you need to limit your screen
Correct.
sharing and what you're doing to those 2 documents. That'd be great.
Understood.
Okay, wonderful. Jonathan, go ahead and get Mr. Sharkey set up.
Yes, you are made co-host available. Your availability's been made to
There you
co-host.
go.
Great.
And Tina, do you have comments from last time?
Yeah, I actually do. So
Perfect.
this project came as part of the amendment to the conditional use permit that's being done. And I'm sure Adam and Heidi will talk about that a little bit more, but this is now coming forward as specifically for the first phase of development. So they'll be talking about that. But when this came back in August, the comments were to be mindful of the infrastructure that the proposed landscape might require. Consider adding more gathering areas that will be under permanent shade given high temperatures in the valley. Please continue to be mindful to keep the funky and uninstitutional character of the school while implementing the proposed improvements. Embrace the environment and the natural rural character of the school, and appreciative of the school and architects' work on this to date. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Sharkey?
Hi
Great.
there. Good afternoon. Heidi Jones here with SEPS. I'm going to give a quick intro before I pass it on to the head of school and Adam for the presentation. Yes, as Tina mentioned, we were last before you in August of last year with the CUP master plan, and this is the first phase of that project. So as soon as our CUP amendment is approved, we'll move forward with this, but we wanted to come before you today and get your comments on this first option, and Adam can speak to that a little bit more, but thank you for your time.
Great. And is Christopher there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you all hear me? Great.
Yep.
Video won't turn on, but that's right. I just want to thank you all for your review today. Just a brief reminder, Midlands, we're in our 90th year. We're a co-ed boarding school, college prep. We're pretty deeply connected to our place and to simplicity and needs, not wants. The students do all the work on campus. And part of our vision here is, as we address some of these challenges with 50 and 60-year-old buildings and some of the infrastructure challenges, to stay very much in character, but also we want to have facilities that are simple and functional and can be maintained and cleaned by our students. And really excited about the path this is all going down. And this really represents sort of the first big phase of this as we look at this process. Predominantly, essentially, we are replacing outdated cabins that are sort of scattered about, with a little more thoughtfulness about those spaces, especially with an eye towards shade and common spaces that they create amongst them. As we say at Midland, it's really not about the buildings, it's about the spaces between them. And that's been a powerful driver in the design. You'll see these are pretty simple forms and structures, which fits us and our mission well. Then we're also needing to address the inevitable housing crisis we face in Santa Barbara County. We're under extraordinary pressure to make it viable for our employees, and part of how we do that is by providing housing. So we're in process of trying to add quite a bit more housing into the future, and you'll see some of that here represented in this project, which is an important part of it. So really excited for that, and I think I'll just let Adam frame it all for you, but thank you all for your time today, and I'm happy to answer questions as needed as we go.
Great. I'm going to maybe just go through the photos quickly. We showed you guys these at our concept review for the master plan, but it helps give an overall orientation to campus. Here's the campus. This is Figueroa Mountain Road. So the campus at large for their CUP is about 230 acres. So large area. The project is more than 1,000 feet. The upper yard project from Figueroa Mountain Road. So generally, far removed from public way. Great views on site to nearby scenic mountains. This is the soccer field. This, where we're standing, is at the edge of sort of in part of this open upper yard new redevelopment area that's part of the first phase of this master plan realization. Simple forms. This is the barn and car barn buildings on campus. I'll come back to palette a little bit, but this is the sort of campus standard historical palette of kind of wood siding and red metal roofs. This is the kind of rustic bridge that forms the entry sequence to campus. Simple rustic buildings. This is the chapel building on campus interior. A variety of tones of use of natural wood and pitched roofs on campus. This is sort of the overall view when you enter campus. So rustic, rural, split rail fences, low walls, native, natural sort of oak trees and low native plants. Let's see, there we go. Some outdoor areas adjacent to the soccer field with sort of simple outdoor shaded areas under trees. This is the lower yard. So this is where half the students live in one dormitory area of campus, that's lower yard. This is a more successful sort of dormitory model the school has found over time, where they have these paired cabin structures, two sort of cabin rooms adjacent to each other with a covered porch and facing each other onto small sort of courtyard outdoor spaces has been desired. And we'll see briefly that the existing upper yard doesn't follow that model, and which is what we're trying to change. This is the kind of lower yard cabin. Again, board and batten siding, metal roof, porch overhangs, simple. This is a restroom that just got renovated. Part of the recent improvements has been to improve some restroom projects, and one of them that was approved under the current CUP is in the upper yard area. This is the existing upper yard currently. These are these uninsulated log cabin, cedar log cabin structures. The historical model of how these upper yard cabins were built is the cabin doors face opposite ends, and they're sort of in a variety of settings. So there's no sort of placemaking. It's very hard to orient yourself, and doors are facing on opposite ends of each structure. Existing restroom structures, again, past their usable lifespan, that have been replaced in upper yard. That upper yard restroom we'll see is nearing completion. Typical upper yard cabin. And I think that's the end of those. I'll jump over to the project plan. This is a little just sort of thumbnail aerial of the groupings of the cabin structures, and then this new restroom structure that was, again, is already in construction, but was part of their current CUP. With the overall campus lower yard, what we were talking about is on the lower left, and upper yard is this area framed in blue on the right. It's about 1.3, 1.4 acres of site area. So this is in the proposed master plan that we already reviewed with you, and the building placement, location, and sort of site design is all the same. We're just, part of the reason we're coming forward today in advance of the CUP amendment being approved is, as you guys may be hearing on other projects, the pandemic has made long lead items and ordering of materials extremely challenging. And the goal with the school calendar year and available construction windows is therefore to order and procure key materials for these cabin structures and the duplex structure in time so that they could be utilized in construction this summer. So part of the goal is to, while we're at concept review, is to confirm where we have the right palette and sort of material set of these exterior materials to plan and purchase accordingly. This is the CUP plans that we reviewed before. These are the two kinds of elements that are in the upper yard project. So the faculty duplex, and then the cabins, which are, there were basically two types, 10 of a typical cabin, and then two versions of a slightly elongated that would give a little bit, could be a triple, and it could allow a restroom in the cabin if they had a student with specific needs. The duplex also has an accompanying small garage of two single car garages in one structure. This is the site plan kind of zoomed in on that upper yard area, and as well as, again, trying to show the palette of key exterior items that relate to how the campus has been defining the kind of Midland palette and what we would be using in this project. So the cabins are arranged each, half the student body is here, and that spans four, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. That really desires three cohort groupings. Seniors are resident advisors who in essence live in and help support each of the younger three cohorts. So a frosh courtyard and with 4 cabins around it, a sophomore with 4 cabins around it, and a junior with 4 cabins, all surrounding outdoor space. So each of the cabins will see very simple, paired, but with a covered outdoor porch for usable outdoor space, You can see all other doorways in that cohort grouping, and a small courtyard with some natural shade elements, trees. This is the restroom structure that isn't part of this project because it's already in construction, but it forms, it has 3 bathrooms in one, in essence, so that each cohort grouping has its own restroom zone for its use. I'll just comment, well, we'll come back to it, but the palette images are somewhat helpful. The cabins are going to be prefabricated, as is the duplex. Bevy House, led by Brian Henson, who was formerly president of Santa Barbara local Allen Construction, has a prefab modular factory. These will be built in Santa Paula, and he's a custom modular builder. So the cabins, we've sort of vetted and figured out the heights and other things for these 14-foot wide with the roof overhang to be able to be taken down the road and assembled and being able to be then put in short order. So the elevations are here. It's a pretty simple board and batten, horizontal slider windows on the sides, metal roof, 7-foot deep covered outdoor porch, kind of paired entries. That's the one cabin type. The slightly longer version, very similar, just a little bit longer in that direction to allow the sort of bathroom or triple configuration. And then the duplex. So factory construction is permitted through the state. And so this, in their current CUP, we can jump back in a sec, but adjacent to the lower yard dormitories, Midland already had approval for a duplex. So this has already been permitted through the building department and through the state level and is in construction, not for upper yard, but for lower yard. But part of the master plan is to approve and utilize this design for faculty duplexes. I believe there's 5 in the master plan. So as a portion of the upper yard project, the second duplex, again, matching the state approved plans, would be installed. And so the goal with the duplex is to have, this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath on the left and a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on the right, all in one structure. So you can see they're sort of built as 8 modules to make for a 2-story bedrooms upstairs and bathrooms. But the goal is to have a varied kind of roof plan and to have porches, covered usable outdoor space, so that this doesn't look like a mirrored plan, but actually looks more like a ranch farmhouse. All in all, it's only about 2,800 square feet combined. So not a large structure, but providing faculty housing, as Christopher mentioned, very important. Here are the elevations of the side and back. So covered porches for usable outdoor space. One main front entry kind of visible in the front, the other entry along the side. So this is the sort of match line center, but it doesn't present as a fully mirrored design. Section of how these stack. Details. So the intent both for the cabin porches and the duplex porch is to have this sort of heavy timber 4x exposed rafters and beams, T&G, everything has to be high fire, and then the metal roofs, but so a kind of a rustic, simple, conventional kind of valley construction for porches and roofs. I'll jump back to the palette overall. Because high fire is a distinct concern, but also matching the palette of what's been done historically. I'll try and zoom in here. We've done research, and wood tone is a manufacturer prepared warrantyable finish that looks very much like stained natural wood. This is a river rock color that we're proposing for it, but it's on fiber cement. So it has the full high fire capability. We've been using it in a different tone, slightly darker on the new restroom. So the restroom structures have both lap siding and vertical board and bat in this roasted walnut wood tone. The cabins and faculty duplex would have this slightly more lighter wood tone. There's the metal roofs, staining around windows and doors and porches to sort of match the windows, which would be this bronze aluminum, which is the standard that they use in all buildings on campus. So For the cabins, they've got some horizontal sliders. The faculty duplex has that as well as a few casements. That's the project in a nutshell. And again, our goal is to really hear comments and confirm suitability of this palette approach so that as the school works with the modular Brian's team on getting these materials in place, that they can do so with confidence. I'm happy to answer questions and we can jump to any slides as needed.
Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead. Jonathan, do we have any members of the public requesting to speak?
Yes, we have one member of the public here for item number 7. Stefan.
I think Stefan's with our office and just tuning in to listen. I don't believe he's planning to comment unless I'm
okay.
Correct.
And Michael Nicola.
He was here for the last project, but if he wishes to speak on this one, he may.
Oh, it was just because he was signed up for both.
Oh, okay. Well then, by all means.
That may have been my mistake.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask the board, do we have any questions for Mr. Sharkey before we go to deliberations?
I have one very, very quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably mentioned it and I didn't hear it, but tell us about the windows again. What are
Yes.
the windows?
So the windows are a dark bronze color, nearly black, thermally broken, dual pane for meeting high fire requirements. Milgard, it's a standard brand. Most of the cabins would then have 5 feet wide by 3.5 feet tall, a horizontal slider unit that would be one on each face of the 3 exposed sides to get good natural ventilation through. The duplex has a variety of window types and sizes that, again, for bedrooms and similar to these where they would match other buildings on campus of a broken up set of kind of residential scale windows.
Right, great, thank you. And then the doors, while we're on the openings.
Yeah, there's some doors on the duplex that are patio doors to go out to usable covered outdoor space. Those would be like the windows, so a bronze glazed sliders. The cabins themselves would have solid core wood doors that would be painted as with the front doors of the duplex.
Great. And are they being painted also? Your palette is that dark brown?
I believe at least we could jump to the photos. We're probably going to pick a color that's been done on campus. I believe we're looking at like a gray blue that works well with the siding color for the faculty duplex, and haven't determined the paint. We don't have to decide that exactly now, but thinking the cabins may have a red, a more rusty red or darker gray red to kind of play off the roof color.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Let's go ahead and move to our deliberations. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Oh, go ahead. You go, Alan.
Great presentation. I've been out to the facility. My wife's son went to the school many years ago, so I'm familiar with it. I think they've done a good job, and I would give them the go-ahead at least to say that from my point of view, the finishings are fine.
Okay. Cass?
Yeah, I concur, and I like it very much. I think it's looking great. I think it's just great. And I really like the idea of the colored doors. So good job. Thank you.
Okay, Puck?
I think this was a very sensitive design solution for a very special place in the Valley. And I think the presentation was extremely well thought out and detailed. So I have no further comments except to express my support.
Okay, Robin?
Very well thought out. I'm excited about it. Long overdue.
Okay, and Lowell? Did we lose Lowell? There you go.
Okay, I agree with all the other board members, and I thank you for the great presentation.
Okay, I don't have anything to add to anything anybody else has said. Tina, you're the planner for this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and it just says, the agenda says for further review.
Yeah.
What are your next steps? So what's the process look like for this project?
So we still need to approve the amendment to the CUP. So I'm only allowing conceptual review of this phase right now. And then we will return with this phase for, whatever you guys allow it to return for once the amendment is approved and past the appeal period. And then as they complete the next, phases in the project, they will submit new BAR cases and, refamiliarize you guys with the amendment plans, and we'll do the, final details for those phases as they are submitting the zoning clearances.
Okay, so is there another decision maker? Just refresh my memory. Is there another decision maker on this aside from us and yourself, or?
The amendment, it goes to the director. So like the
So it's
deputy director. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that there really isn't much more else for us to do, especially based on the rest of the comments from the board. I mean, if we had our druthers, we would, for example, we'd give them preliminary and say, go on your way, come back with us for final, but basically they've even got all of the detailing and everything. So it's just a question of, for us, there really isn't much more they need to do. So it's whenever you're ready to bring it back to us.
Yep, that sounds good.
That sounds right. Procedurally, we'll work with Tina, and as soon as that's done, we'll bring back, in essence, the final versions of all this. And we just wanted to make sure, if Midland's investing in windows that take months on a boat to get here, dealing with all the supply chain issues, that we wouldn't have bought stuff that would then be problematic. So I appreciate everyone's comments and good thoughts.
So in essence, you didn't want to buy a bunch of pink siding and have us go, no, we want orange.
Exactly.
Okay. No, this is good call on your guys' part. And for Tina, for your reference, basically, they can come back to us preliminary and final on the same agenda, and we'll just do it to it and get them through, because we'll just mostly be looking at, if there's been any minor changes as they further with, finalize the amendment process. And I'm not really expecting any. And then once they bring us up to date on that, we'd just be reviewing their windows and door detailing and, the normal stuff that we do, and color boards finalized and ready for stamping and all that. So they're ready to go.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You folks have a good day. Now, members of the board, we need to go back to, I'm going to share, Jonathan, I need to be able to share the screen.
There you go. You should have the ability to do that now.
I do. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, so we need to come back here to the minutes. It's kind of been an issue. We got really good at it for a while. We were powering through them really straight. And this is nothing against Nicole. I want to go on the record and say that, because she does an awesome job. I feel really strongly that this is on us and us being prepared. So one of the things that we could potentially do, having struggled with this for a while, and I'm speaking for myself, but one of the things that we could potentially do is leave the minutes right here as Roman numeral 3, We could review the comments with everybody having looked over the minutes and prepared, kind of written out your sentence to how you would change something so that it isn't just, we're not trying to parse sentences in real time. But if we had actually, kind of what we would propose, so you could actually say, well, I don't think this captures it. This is what I'd like to say. And then you could just read it. And then when Nicole goes, okay, read that again, we can go, yeah, here you go, and read it. And we could potentially limit the review of the minutes to just those items that are on that day's agenda. And then we could table it for a while. And then, as we're doing right now, right at the very end, we could go back, review the last few items, whatever they were, and approve the minutes at the end of the day. What does everybody think about that?
If that's a motion, I'll give you a second.
Everybody else, I mean, what are your feelings? I don't want to.
Yes.
Good
Okay.
idea.
Okay.
Just for some clarity, just to be sure that I understood what you said.
Sure.
I do believe that the minutes should be concluded, should all be done at the meeting.
Yes. No. It would still be
I
in the
know,
meeting. We just
let
break
me-
them up.
If I could just finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cass.
That's okay. So if we have the minutes, and we, as we're going through them, when we make the statements, and then Nicole would be writing them down, we would know exactly what they were right then. And we would be saying, yes, good, that's it. And then so in the course of the meeting, and then at the end of the meeting, we approve the minutes right there. So then the next meeting, we would not be approving the minutes from the previous meeting. They would have already been approved at the previous meeting.
That would be fine, except for Nicole does not do all of the minutes at the hearing. It's not really possible to approve them in the same hearing.
Well, maybe okay, got it. Okay, well, at least if we had already, if there was something else that gets added into the minutes, like I don't know what that would be, but anyway, whatever it is, that everything that's related to the projects that we're reviewing. So when we're making our comments, we are deciding right then what the comments are. We're not just taking notes, we're saying these are the comments, and we're agreeing on them at the time. And then
it will, I've done that before, and it doubles the hearing.
Well, I don't know what to say, because when I do it, I don't just look at the minutes and I do actually mark them up, and I write down what my comments are. I don't make them up while we're sitting there.
That's fine. And I appreciate that.
I'm doing it as fast as possible. And
I get that.
Not to make any comments that aren't what I think to be necessary. But I do think that the minutes should be, ideally, if they were done that day, then that helps everybody, because then the applicant is not looking at these minutes from, that aren't even accurate because they haven't been approved. They're just the draft. They're looking at what was actually said. So it makes for the clarity to be a lot better. So I am in favor of, I think it will save us time in the long run, and it will make our communication clearer also. So however that could happen, I would be very much in support of.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Alan.
Okay, let me make a suggestion, because I've been involved in many boards before. And I would call it a baby step. Let us do this. Let us not change anything, except when it comes to before a meeting, before the meeting starts with the regular agenda, we discuss the minutes the same way we have done in the past, but only those things that are on, for argument's sake, today's agenda. Anything that is not on today's agenda gets discussed in exactly the same way at the end of the regular agenda. Why don't we start with that?
So they would all get dealt with in the meeting, just you wouldn't have them, you just break them up into two pieces like that.
No, he's not talking
Yes,
about
that's exactly correct.
Yeah.
You break it up. Anything that's going to be on today's agenda, that's in the minutes on that agenda, you discuss it in the normal way we've always done it.
Yeah.
And then what that does, is it lets the meeting start earlier and everything gets discussed exactly the same way. It just breaks it up a little bit, and that's perfectly allowable.
And it also enables the applicants to not have to sit around while we're trying to figure it out.
That's the whole point. Yes.
Well, it's one of the points, but that enables them that we get to the points that we need for that meeting, for that review that day, and lets these people leave in a more timely manner. And then we just pick up the whatever's left at the end.
That's exactly correct. Exactly the same time is spent, exactly the same conversations are had.
But then we have them all, and then do we approve them?
No, he's talking about doing it exactly the way we've been doing it, but we would not be discussing the minutes for the meeting we had just had.
What?
Yeah, we would.
No, that's what Cass is
No.
proposing. That's not what Alan is proposing.
Well, let me try again.
Okay.
Let's say we've got two minutes here. I mean, two things on the minutes. One has to do with a new agenda, next month's agenda, let's say. And there's two things on next month's agenda. One thing happens to be something that's on next month's agenda. And the next item in the minutes is not. We would only discuss the minutes from the previous meeting that had to do with something on the agenda at the current meeting. So we're doing exactly the same thing. We're just taking in what I consider the bulk of it and putting it at the end of the public meeting.
And then, Alan, if I can just add on to, so then at the end of the meeting, then we pick up whatever, the thing that was continued, which we don't know whether or not it would be at the next meeting or not, because we don't know if the people would come back or not, but it would be finished. So then at our next meeting, all of it would have been already dealt with. So all we would be doing is looking at it and approving it. So it's only, we only have to do this one time.
David can check with county council, but I was under the impression, Cass, that you cannot approve the minutes.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said that we would have already done the wordsmithing. And then at the next meeting, we would be approving it. We would already have done the wordsmithing.
I see what you're saying.
So then at the next meeting, it's a simple matter of check, we did it.
Let's do it this way. Today, how many minutes did we have to discuss today? I don't see it up on the screen right now. How many different things did we have to discuss?
There were 7 items, I think. 8.
Okay,
There were 8 items on
Okay,
January
there
14th.
was
minutes.
8 items. All you're going to do, if the first 4 items were items that pertained to today's agenda, we would discuss them before the agenda item was discussed. The next 4 items would be discussed now as we're doing it during the meeting.
Right.
And
then Cass is saying, fine, let's do that next month. But she's also saying next month as an additional step, right after we finish that, let's review what Nicole has typed up. And then at that point, wordsmith everything right then and do it. The problem is, Cass.
No. We would have already done it. Like Alan just said, if we took so if that would have been the case for today, let's just say that of our minutes that were today, of the 8 items, 4 of them related to the people who came today. So just like Alan said, we would when we did our review the minutes, we would do the wordsmithing on those 4 items. Then we're all done. And now at the end of the meeting, we complete the rest, the other 4 that didn't get done. Okay.
In the morning for January.
And then we're all in agreement on the wordsmithing. So there's no more wordsmithing to be done. So then at our next meeting next month, we just approve the minutes.
No, you're missing it. That's not what he said.
Okay.
What he's saying, and what Alan is saying is that, as an example, this morning when I said, okay, let's review the January 14th minutes, we would have looked at it, identified the 4 projects that were on today's agenda, like
Correct.
the monument
Correct.
sign, gas station sign.
Yes.
Well, there would have been 3, maybe McDonald, right?
Yeah.
And we would have broken those items out. We would have wordsmithed them right then in the morning. And Nicole would have had those changes. And then we'd say, okay, we're tabling the minutes until we finished item number 7.
Correct.
All right. And then Nicole would have read those wordsmith minutes, although we hadn't taken an action on them yet. She would read those. And then we would get down here to item number 7. And then right now, we would finish with the remaining 5 items on January 14th minutes. And then what you're saying is, if I'm understanding correctly, is that then having done that, we could now look at all of Nicole's notes for the items on today's agenda and say, let's go ahead and see what Nicole has. Read us back. We'll do some wordsmithing right now.
Right.
That moves forward as the draft. And then at the next hearing, we really don't have to do much because we've basically wordsmithed everything.
Correct. And we just approve the minutes. There's nothing. We have been very clear. We've already all decided what and that's
Okay.
right at the time. So we all are on board. We're not trying to remember, oh, what did they say then? It's,
Okay.
it's fresh. So I think
Here's
that
the
makes sense.
problem. I don't mind trying it if Nicole is up to it. The second thing is that Nicole does not always, she sometimes just takes little notes. She doesn't sit there and take she doesn't have the comments all prepared. Okay. So it's going to take a lot more work. We're not going to be responding to her comments because she's not sharing her screen. She's not showing us all that stuff. It's going to be a completely different process.
No.
Can I interject here just for a minute? You're putting the kibosh to this already.
No, I'm not.
Once you start telling staff they're doing extra work, they're not gonna want to do it. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I don't see any difference of any. I'm saying don't change anything except just split it out.
Well,
let's can I say something?
Yeah.
I think rather than beat this to death with a stick, as Alan said, baby steps. Why don't we just take the first baby step of splitting it up, see how it goes, have a chance to maybe talk to staff and think about Cass's idea.
Exactly.
And then we'll revisit it. We'll definitely keep the door open, but I think just making this first baby step would be a big improvement. And then we can, something that we should always think about is how can we improve our meeting efficiency? So we'll put it under there and promise to revisit it.
I think that's great. And that's kind of where I was going with it. I like Cass's idea actually, but Nicole's not here and we can't talk to her about it. So let's do what Alan was saying with the split. And that if we all agree to do that, then we can do that. Maybe we can do that for a couple months. If it starts looking like it's working well, then we can get with Nicole and say, hey, how about if we do this at the end? And try Cass's idea, because it would totally eliminate, and it would be more helpful to the applicant because they'd have a more accurate draft.
Yes, and I'll just one last thing. I mean, I think that, when we just did Midland School, we can say, okay, Nicole, what are your comments? And she can say, I have this, 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 this. We just want simple, they don't have to be big, elaborate things. We just can say, yes, that is what we said. Just to be clear that she knows what it is and that we're helping her with what those comments were, so that we're not, anyway, I don't want to belabor it, but yeah, we can do better.
Can we just agree? It sounds like we're all in agreement to try Alan's baby steps version.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. we'll do next month for March.
Great. And thank you for that suggestion, Ellen.
Okay. Yay!
Can
We
I make another
survived.
suggestion?
So are we reviewing anything now then? Or are we done?
No, I think
I
we're
was
done.
going to suggest we adjourn.
Yes, that was my next thing. I make a motion to adjourn, or I second Alan's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Have a good week,
All
everybody.
right. You guys are wonderful people, and it's just me being hangry that makes me cranky.
Alan, thank you for the brilliant insights today. Have a
Thanks,
good
everybody.
weekend.
Happy Valentine's Day next Monday, by the way.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a good day, everybody.